or as long as I can. Yeah, we got about we actually so it was only we were only due for about 3 to 6 inches of snow. We got a little bit over 6 inches, and it was freezing the entire time. Like our highest temp for both days was like exactly 32 degrees, so exactly freezing. So all of it was snow. And it was nice fluffy snow, like perfect sledding and snowball type of snow. But with that being said, I was able to make it home in a timely manner. So, um, pretty good, pretty good. They were my county. We don't get a lot of snow generally. I think maybe per year, on average, we get 6 inches of snow. I'm basically at the borderline of where the South begins in Virginia. Like this is technically the capital of the Confederacy. So, um, we are like above us, it's all snow, and below us, it's all rain, and we're like right on the slush line. So, let me delete that. Okay. In Asheville, Virginia? No, I'm thinking about Ashburn. Where's Asheville? Oh, North Carolina. Okay, yeah, exactly. So, you already know. What's ironic though is that since the snow is coming from the south, Virginia Beach got a ton of snow. Virginia Beach, Norfolk, they got about a foot of snow. All right, what am I doing? FX replay next. All right, all right. Okay, so let's see if we can actually make it through November. We are so darn close. We just need one more week, then we can hop on TradingView. With our reps, or with us using TMSO, it does seem to be going faster. So I do want to play this out, this last rep, to see if it does end up hitting TP with that break even. Okay, yeah, it ended up hitting TP. That's what I thought. Let me just take a screenshot of this for the last rep that we did. So see, the only reason we got stopped out of this rep was because we break even at 1R. Oh, it does go for midnight. Let me play it one more time. Oh, it doesn't. So we would have had that inversion print against us anyway. There we go. All right, yeah, let me save this as a part of the charts for that last rep. Did I unlock it? Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Hold on, guys. Let me go mute my other PC really quick. All right, so wow. Yeah, no, I the first time I experienced, wow, your place must be beautiful. You live right there off the water. That is so insane. I have family. Wow, that's crazy. You live literally right there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I went through a earthquake. I think it was like 2012. It was pretty it was it was a pretty violent one. I think it was in like the 8s, but It was about like maybe 50 miles away from us, so we only felt like the outskirts of it. But with that being said, when it happened, definitely it was my first time as well. We all freaked out, and my best friend was actually in the hospital giving birth at the time. So I was at her house with her family, and yeah, it was so funny because her dad was actually in the bathroom going number two, right? And I was with her sister in the living room, and we're all just hanging out. And then all of a sudden, and my best friend at the time, she was living in the trailer park. So the trailer starts shaking like crazy. And her dad is like running out of the bathroom, pulling his pants up. And her sister is a goofball. So she's just cracking up the entire time that I'm like freaking out. And her dad's running out of the bathroom. And it's one of my all time favorite memories for sure. It was hilarious. Her sister was just cracking up. But and she had already given birth by this time, so we literally were at the house like regrouping and just like just relaxing until she actually came home. It was so funny. All right, so here we have our first inversion. TMSO is still down here. Yeah, it is one of the best ones for sure. I will never forget that. All right, and then we're gonna go short at this guy. We'll use that swing high, and then we will target. Since midnight is right there, we'll go to the next one, 312. Come on. Oof. Oh, nice. TP. Hmm. We'll just zoom into Q1. Okay. That is no longer my best friend, ironically. But her daughter is my goddaughter, so my best friend had a baby with my cousin. That's how close we were, and so she's in the family regardless of if we're friends or not. But yeah, her daughter's my niece, so whatever. And the cousin that she had a baby with, I grew up with him. Like we were at each other's houses all the time. So GRC trader, we backtest the same thing every Saturday. So it's the same model that we were backtesting the last time you were here. It's the Q3 root candle model as we have developed it as a group. So for the foreseeable future, up until about Q2, we're going to be backtesting the same exact model. Depending on where we are with this by Q2, hopefully, I'm hoping that we'll have a full on summary by then, and we can move on to um, Adrian's model with Cozy's calendar, 44 to 50. But either way, wherever we are with this, I'm just going to end it there, and we're going to move on to that model. I'm just hoping that we're at a good place with this one before we move on. Nope, Q3. Q3. So this is the link for the back test. What are you asking about Q2? For this model or for Adrian's model? Adrian's model is Q2 or Q3. It's not one or the other. So I'm gonna give it the room to happen in Q2 or Q3. Yeah, we're starting in Q2. So in April, I'm gonna start backtesting the 5 minute model. I'm quite over backtesting 1 minute models, to be honest with you, just because I don't trade them anyway. It's good for me to backtest them because I don't trade them, but I'm over it. Definitely over it. Alright, so our target was 312. It comes back with a vengeance. We broke even on the last one. It's now skewing our 312 data. 312 had a 100% win rate. The last one broke even. Technically, though, it would have hit TP if we didn't break even. But all good. Alright, so no notes really. Okay, I'll just put that the inversion above midnight. Yeah, so around April this year we'll move on. Is the time alignment for 5 minutes 15 seconds? Is this an unrelated question? Like just unrelated to what we're backtesting? I would say the time frame alignment for 5 minutes is 30 seconds, not 15. Okay. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this is the last trade that we can take. 11:38, 11:50, yep. So we shall delete all of this and move on to tomorrow. Next day open. Next session. Next session. I wish they had hotkeys for this. I should recommend that to them. Next session. And then 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. If you guys are curious how I know the time, it's down here. If you're not familiar with FX Replay. 9:15, 9:30. Now I go back and I mark everything out manually just because FX Replay doesn't have these indicators on here. So the open, midnight. $3.12. $7.30. New York open. Okay. I think that's all, right? That's all. Now we're just gonna play it until 9:53. Oh, wait, I have to mark out the quarters. Must be rocket. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Q2. I've had coffee today. I didn't have coffee. Oh, yeah. Our night sessions are pretty rough because it's at the end of my day. Where does it show on the table where it's a win or a loss? Oh, thanks, Jaws. Yeah, so if you are on the table and you can't see what it is, you just hover over it and it'll say it. So yeah, the stop sign, stopped out, the rocket, full TP, an equal sign, break even. You can also just open it up to see what it says. So far for this model, very simplistic. We have 37% of trades hitting a full TP. And we have 6% of them hitting a break even. And then 21% in which we're taking profit off the table, but breaking even after that. So we're not losing any money, but we're not getting the full TP neither, just because we're assumingly taking a partial there. Now, obviously, if you chose to take a full profit there instead of a partial, then the win rate would be 58%. But either way, still it's 58% with us. 58% of the time that we're making money and not losing money so far, and that's with the losing streak that we incurred during election week. Ote, so 9:23, 9:45, Q3. Oh, no worries, Jaws. Yeah, just feel free to if I miss the questions, just at me again, or just at me and ask again. So I apologize. 10:08. I'm here to answer questions. Why did that come out that way? Okay, sure. 10:08, 10:30, and then 10:53 is Q2. 11:15 is Q3. And 11:38 is Q4. And then 12. Okay, now we will play forward until 9:53. Again, if you're not familiar, the time is here for the current candle. 9. Okay. Now we have 9:53. Open is here. We will drag out this entire candle. Alright, so now we can look for an inversion. Oh wait, I need TMSO as well. Now that 9:53 is printed. Okay. Alright, so this was the only one that has printed so far. 9:53 printed there, so I guess theoretically we could have entered the short there. We obviously missed it, so I'm just going to let this play out. We can only take longs here anyway because we're underneath TMSO, so we're not taking shorts in discount. And we're using TMSO as our equilibrium, premium and discount. Okay, doesn't look like we're going to get a trade here. Let's see. 10:19. Okay, no trade. So this just trends straight down. All good, no rep. Now we can move forward to the next opportunity. So the last minute that we can take a trade here, as per our rules, it would be 10:19. So right here, basically, and no inversion occurred before that. So we would just miss this opportunity here. TMSO. And then we will wait until late Q2 to take a trade. I just need to mark out 10:34. And I will also draw this candle out. Okay. Okay, so now with our current TMSO, we can only take shorts. So we're waiting for a bearish inversion. No bissies here. Okay. We can't take this neither, even though we went above TMSO. This is not the scenario for those of you that have been here for the previous sessions. This is not the scenario in which we reject TMSO and then create a new inversion. This is old, so I'm not consider because this would be too discretionary to say, okay, I'm gonna take that since we went up to TMSO and we now broke below it. I think it's just easier to say, you know, we're looking for a short above and a long below. Okay, here we go. We have a bullish inversion here, and it's nested with 1034. 1034 has not been as lucrative as 953 as far as entries go. Stop loss at the swing low. Next target would be TMSO, or the first time base target would be TMSO. So for those of you who may not have rules for your model, or you don't know like if your model is actually mechanical, so we got tagged in right there. The rules that I'm talking through as we go through every rep, this is an example of what you could do for your own model, right? You could Am I recording? I am recording, and my mic is on. Okay, so this is an example. Like when you're about to take a trade, you can walk yourself through your own model. Under TMSO, we're looking for shorts, and we're only looking for bullish inversions. Even better that it's nested with a root candle. Unless those things actually occur, you're simply not taking a trade, just like back here. We were looking for longs only. The long didn't happen. We sit on our hands and wait. It's that simple. And actually, I think not taking a trade is the simplest way of saving yourself money. All right, so straight to TP. We broke even very like with this first candle anyway. Let me just show you where we would have broken even. So here, let me make this wider. Okay. And we would have broken even on this candle once we tagged 1R. So that would be your trailing stop basically. I'm glad we're finally starting to get some winning trades again because it's been a brutal backtest with the losing streak we were going through. Okay, so but that's the reason for going through the backtest. I think we're on Wednesday now. We are. We're on Wednesday, the 20th. And one thing to consider too when we're doing this is like realistically, do you have the mental fortitude to experience 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 losses in a row? Right? Because that's what we had to go through. 8 losses in a row across 2 days, Friday and Monday. So you're ending the week terribly, you're starting the week terribly. And if you find that in your model, whatever model you're backtesting, and you don't have the mental fortitude to make it through that, then that's probably not a model you should be testing or trading in real life. Q3, long. Our stop loss was 16 and a quarter. Or 46 and a quarter. Sorry, 45 and a quarter. Our entry was on that candle 11:35 to 11:39. And again, same concept here. What did I say? I said 11:35 to 11:39. Same thing here. If you don't have the mental fortitude to close a winning trade in 4 minutes, also probably something that you should not be trading. So these are the things that you have to consider is realistically, can you execute it? Because if a model is a winning model or the statistics say it's a winning model, but you cannot execute it properly, that model is not for you. So this was straight TP. Target was TMSO. It's either you can make the model adjust to your personality or you can adjust your personality to fit the model. Generally speaking, changing yourself is not as easy as changing the model, right? You can just make it low resistance for yourself and make a model that fits you instead of the opposite. Okay. I don't really have any notes for this neither. Okay, we'll just move on to the next rope. Alright, so we'll see if we get another opportunity here. We still have time. So we have until 49. So we have 10 minutes for another trade to form. Okay. Opportunity over. We will now go to the next day. 923, 945, Q3, 1008, Q4, 1030, Q1, 1053, Q2, 1115, Q3, 1138, Q4, 12, Q1. My pleasure, Deely. Yeah, I think that's the problem that most people have, right? Is they're trying to like, oh, but JD wins all the time. Let's trade JD's model. Or T Trades wins all the time, or let's trade his model. Things like that, right? Or Tyrant wins all the time. Let's trade his model. But if you do not have similar personality traits to them, as far as being able to hold a trade or not hold a trade, or scalp a trade or not being able to scalp a trade, then you simply have no business trading that model, right? And like all this would come from your journal if you journaled. So, like, you'll write in your journal, for example, I wish I would have held longer. I wish I would have held longer. Well, that's probably a sign that you should be scalping instead of trying to hold longer. Or, oh, I closed too soon. I closed too soon. Well, that is an example of maybe developing a model in which allows you to hold. I mean, to hold. Yeah, exactly, Dealing. That's another example for sure. Is like you can only trade during a specific time window. Okay, then I think you asked this in the last backtest session, but yeah, a good model for you would be OTE for that time frame. But that's another good point is like what is your schedule permitting anyway? Because if you're backtesting a model that's happening during New York, but you can only trade Asia, what the hell are you backtesting it for? Like for me at this point in my development where I am in my journey, I can backtest for sport, right? Just because I can backtest just to see what the statistics are, just for fun, just to get myself used to other models, things like that. But early on, my very first model that I backtested, which deemed me backtest just, was the opening Judas, right? The window of which I backtested was from 9:30 to 10:10. Of in that time window, I found that 942 to 943 offered me the best entries, and that 70% of the models that occur during that time frame will be with a gap, basically. Super simple, right? And what I found after I backtested a whole year of data, 250 reps, I went to go trade that live, and I found that I just could not close the trade. So then I went through 250 reps and then like 2 months of back testing, forward testing and demo trading to realize I actually cannot trade this model in real life. Like I suck at scalping. So then I had to go back to the drawing board and create a whole new model in which I could actually trade. And that's that's what trading is. Like it's trial and error until you figure out what works for you. So when we say, you have to do what works for you, that's an example. Like you literally have to. You don't know sometimes. Like you can backtest the model, you can have the data to say that yes, it works, but if you can't trade it, then it doesn't work. If you cannot execute it, it does not work. Even if the data says it works, you cannot trade it. Oh, great, Dealey. You're off to a good start then. I lose more when I don't follow my rules and trade outside the model. I should stick to Q3 inverse only, but I don't backtest enough to get that become a no-brainer. I end up losing when I go outside and make up trades. Backtesting can help build that mental strength to stay out. Yeah. Um it could, but I think backtesting more so helps you. It gives you the confidence to not stray outside the model, and then it also gives you the confidence to execute the model every time, as well as build memory, like muscle memory to take it, right? You have for lack of better terms, the pattern recognition on your side, right? Because you've seen it so many times. There is something in our brains called the reticular activating system, which basically reduces noise. So once you've seen, like when you buy a car and then you see the car everywhere, like, oh, I'm the only one with this car, and then you start seeing the car every damn where. That's because your RAS at this point has like drowned out all the other cars, and you're only seeing what you're looking for. You're only seeing the car, right? That's what backtesting does for you. You start to recognize your model, that you drown out all the consolidation, you drown out everyone else's model, and you only see your model, right? And that's really what it does for you. But I think what actually gives you the mental strength to stay out of models that are not your own is the repetition of not taking other models, right? So if you stick with it and you just only focus on your model over and over again, that's what's actually building up your strength to say, okay, I'm not taking anyone else's model except my own. I only want to be involved with mine. And that comes because you're like, oh, I followed my rules, I won. I followed my rules, I won. I followed my rules, I won. And that happens just so many times. And then when you go to like track this, or like if you're journaling this, and then you see like, oh, I didn't follow my rules, I lost. That's what gives you, okay, we didn't get an entry. That's what gives you the mental fortitude to like stick with it and through your losing streaks. And then also like, okay, no other model is working for me. So now we have our entry. However, we do have this inversion above. I guess it doesn't matter now since we're not taking them in opposite directions. Yeah, we'll just take it because we were waiting for this entry to go higher. And we also did not hit TP, just hit shy. This will probably lose, but we'll see. Yep, okay. I have to decide on that. We came within. We basically almost kissed the TP. Generally, when we're at like, yeah, okay, never mind. No, I'm not gonna take that as a rep because when we don't get our entry and we almost hit our TP, I remove the limit order because that idea is null and void, and we do have the inversion happening against us anyway, even though it doesn't matter since we're only taking longs into TMSO. I will disregard this as a rep. And we are done with this one. Let me read. When testing a new model, do we test year to date or starting in January of last year or maybe end of last year? I start with the previous quarter, the most previous quarter to now, because in TradingView, you're only allowed 10,000 candles of data, right? So, and when you go back to old contracts, like let me type in 2024. Again, if you guys don't know, when you're looking for older data, you just type in the old contract and you don't have anything to click on. Fine and dandy, you just press enter on your keyboard. That will bring you to that contract and you'll have 1 minute data on that contract. But notice here that the data is choppy starting here. So let's say Thursday, March 14th, you have all of that data. And then we'll go back. Let's try February 1st. Okay, so see the first date available to us is February 18th. So you have 1 month, basically 3 weeks of full data, full 1 minute data, and that's because from here until March 14th, this is 10,000 bars of data. Okay? So if you backtest the previous quarter from now, you're not missing any data. Thanks, Ollie. You're not missing any data, and you can simply backtest like your live data that you have available to you right now. And that way also like you're not backtesting data that's irrelevant to right now because data, you know, like the way price was printing last year is definitely not the way price is printing this year. And we have bigger ranges and things evolve over time. Things get added to the NASDAQ, pulled out of the NASDAQ. So I think it's better to have data that's more relevant to you now. There are models, of course, that will span, you know, span time. You can, same exact model that ICT was trading 30 years ago, he can probably trade now, right? But to me, those are time-based levels. So, for example, midnight's a previous day high and previous day low. You're always going to have a midnight. You're always going to have a previous day high and low. So no matter what the points are, no matter how big the ranges are in percentages or whatever you like to measure in, that concept will always be the same, right? And likewise for this, we will always have a Q3. Now, when we're backtesting a model like our last year's backtest when we did Q3 and we were doing a 12.5 point stop for a 15.5 point TP, that data may only be relevant to last year's price action because we're using fixed points for stops and TPs, right? Now that model may work similar but with bigger numbers, right? Like maybe a 30 point stop loss and a 50 point TP, something like that. I wouldn't know until we actually run it through, but that's my point is that, these things change, these ranges change. And there's a lot of people who tell me that their model worked fantastic for the past year of data, but then when they go beyond that year of data, their model starts losing. And I literally tell them the same thing over and over again. It's just that the ranges are different. And so if you're measuring in a percentage, that's actually the most accurate way. So for example, if you're taking this number right here instead of tracking your points, the percentage of movement is more consistent over a longer term of backtesting rather than the points, because we're trading now in the 20,000s. Nasdaq, when I first started in like 2023, I think we were like, hold on, let me pull up a chart. I'm pretty sure we were like in like the 13,000s, if I can recall off the top of my head. Let me look really quick. Let's go to outlooks daily. Hold on, sorry, I'm looking in my journal really quick. Yeah, okay, so we were in 15,000. Let me see, 15,000. So these ranges are significantly different, and that percentage is going to be more accurate. Okay, 1034. A new TMSO. So, for, if anyone was confused why I didn't take any trades here, it's because we were only looking for longs. So we are waiting for a bearish inversion. Looks like we get it. I had someone ask me the question of like what BISIs and SIBIs I consider of importance with like how wide they are. My only answer to that can be you have to test it, because I mean obviously the bigger the gap is, the more the more significance it would have, because we were speeding into one area and then if you inverse it you have speed back out of the area, which is pretty much what you're looking for in manipulation. But I've never graded them on like their widths and whatnot. So for example, this fair value gap is less than 1 point. It's 3 ticks. So it would be of less significance to me because you have less room for error there. But that can also lead to high accuracy if it does play out. I've never actually tested that. My only suggestion for things like that would be to like use a grading scale. So like SIBIs under 1 point, or fair value gaps under 1 point, fair value gaps above 1 point, or up to 5, up to 10, things like that. And then that way, and then with that you can apply like some sort of risk management scale to it, right? Like I'll since the fair value gap is less than 1 point, I'll apply a quarter of a risk. of your usual risk, I'll apply a quarter of that, and then if it's a normal fair value gap, whatever you want to define normal as. But the point is that you can create a scale and grade and test that scale, and that way you know how to apply it in your trading. Okay, so we will take a short into midnight here. We are in, and we are stopped out. Hold on, TMSO is there, Q1. This is now Thursday. I'm loving the new filter with TMSO because now we can just speed through the days and we're not taking 5 million reps in one day. Alright, so let's pull out 953. Was it nested? It was not nested. Yeah. Okay. This is in Q2. Oh, wait a second. 1153. So technically should have been 1104 that we entered. Still with a loss. Okay. Darius, we're looking at all Q3 trades, but the window in which we're allowing trades to happen are late Q2, which is the last 11 minutes, to early Q4, which we've defined as the first 11 minutes. This is the same model we've been backtesting since October, collectively as a group. These are the rules that we made up together as a group as well. Here's the sheet for that. If you scroll all the way to the top, or when you start at the top, the rules for this model that we've created together as a group are all up here. And we backtest the same model every single backtest session until further notice, Q2. We took a short, 27 3/4 to 32 3/4. Entry. Technically at 1134 we wouldn't have, 1104 we wouldn't have an entry though. Yeah, 11 bars. Okay, I'm sorry. This doesn't follow the rules because we technically can't take it until 1104, the last 11 minutes, not the first 11 minutes. So we wouldn't have an inversion. So I'm gonna delete this. It's really important not to form fit. Okay, so now we do actually have that inversion confirmed again. Now we can reattempt the same exact trade. Short into, we use the swing high closest to the inversion. And we're aiming for at least 1 R, so into midnight. Let's see if we get the entry. No entry. Entered now. Let me pull up the RR to be sure. Okay, we're gonna get stopped out anyway. Okay. 312 holding up. Ooh, that's a good, wow, look at that. Okay, so see, this is something to note, right? Our win rate from 953 to 312 has 100% win rate with the exception of one BE trade. And here we have 312 occurring before midnight. So it doesn't go back to retest midnight when 312 is in the way. And this is something we've had in recent reps as well, where midnight and 312 were like literally 2 points away from one another, and we targeted midnight past 312 instead of 312 directly, and it didn't get to TP because 312 was in the way. So that is something to note for like your discretionary trading or even for the model itself. Maybe we can add that as a rule, but so far with what we've seen, 312 will not let you get to midnight essentially. So that still ends up being a losing rep. Super super powerful. Yep. And we've definitely seen it. This is at least like the fourth or fifth time we've seen it, I'd have to say. NQ. This is Thursday, November 21st. Is this Thanksgiving? It is not. Thanksgiving is the 28th. Cozy, when is do you guys have like a set day for when Canadian Thanksgiving is? No candle. Like for us it's the fourth Thursday of every November. How do you guys determine your Thanksgiving? This is now happening in Q3. I need to widen this so we can actually see it. So yeah, Q3. Short, stop loss 27 and 3/4. 32 and 3/4. We entered at 11:18, stopped out at 11:24. So that is duration +1, full stop loss. Our target was midnight, which is TDO. And all right, let's see if we get another opportunity. All right, New York open. Inversion there. Closest swing high is this one. 31 and a quarter to 34 and 3/4. 3 points. Let's see where the candle is for New York Open. I'm just considering, like, don't be a dick for a tick. Okay, so the high is at the midpoint. Oh, it misses the midpoint. And this is at the low. I'll just include the last 3 points here. Okay, oops. Alright, so wow, 953 is indeed 1R. Let's see if we're already there anyway, so if it doesn't go back to Tagesin immediately, it's going to be a no trade. Alright, we basically hit TP, so no trade there, fortunately. Of course. Wow. So it goes up. Hold on, let me add the tool back on. Let me see. This is the low. 721. Okay, and our TP was 721 and 3/4. Painful, painful. We missed it by 1 tick. Goes back into our entry, straight into TP. This is a good missed opportunity. It's the second Monday in October. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. So second Monday in October and fourth Thursday in November. Wow. And it's a Monday. That's interesting. Um, Let me think about this. So it'd be a missed opportunity here. It's coming back. Do we try to take the same trade because it's still late Q? It's still early Q4. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. This is the new trade. So although we missed this opportunity, right? We have a new inversion happening here. And we do close over it. And then we get that retest right there. And so the new trade becomes this to probably the same. Yep, because over 1R now. It's not just 1R. So this would be the new trade. Ote. Let me draw out. We would go. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's actually great. That's fantastic. So it's always on a Monday, and then like I'm assuming like you guys as citizens will choose to either have it on a Sunday or a Monday, like with your family. That's fantastic. I generally always have like the real Thanksgiving with my family. I actually always have Thanksgiving lunch, and then I'll go visit everyone, like everyone else, for dinner and whatnot, and into Black Friday. So I'll go have leftovers at people's houses on Black Friday. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so see, did everyone get that? Although we missed this opportunity because it came within one tick, we opted to not take the next trade, but then we have a new inversion happening here, and this requires quick thinking. Is really what I'm trying to say, but we do still get the opportunity and we get more than 1R. So pretty clean actually. Pretty nice, pretty nice. So we would also break even within the same candle because 1R is right there. So as soon as we get tagged in and it closes, you're at break even on the open of the very next candle. Let me just draw that out. And then we can't really draw that out. Okay, that'll have to do. Clean. Clean, clean, clean. I want to play out a few more candles to see how far this goes. Okay, never mind. Doesn't go far. Okay. Copy link. This is now on, that's still Thursday, November 21st. Friday. Do we have a nested candle? Still not nested. It's right above 953. And this is also Q4. Okay, just meet the deadline. Just met the deadline, sorry. Short stop loss was 16 and a quarter. We're 27 and 3/4. 26 and 3/4. Good grief. Our entry was at 11:46 and TP was 11:47. Again, do you have the mental fortitude to close in 1 minute? 11:47. I do not. I absolutely do not. And I would have been holding it like, damn it, I should have closed this trade. TP. Our target was 953. Okay. So the note that I left there was that we took the inversion that was created from the first inversion. So that's something to note. Like you can wait for some sort of confirmation like that in your discretionary trading or in real life. Is like maybe if you're not so confident taking an inversion into 953, you can wait for like another inversion to form, or something of this of similar, right? Like you can just wait for another inversion from the original inversion to confirm that yes, I will take it now. All right, so this will be the last opportunity for this day, and yay, we can move on to Friday, and then we will be able to go back to trading view. Next day open. Next session. Next session. Another session. 8, 9, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. Cozy, how did you do after we broke even on our trades? I immediately left because I knew I was gonna tilt if I stayed. So I immediately left the house. I was like, okay, held for 6 hours and let myself break even. No, this is FX replay with TradingView API. So chart by TradingView, but we're on FX replay technically. Okay. 312. All right, we're gonna finish up Friday, then take a quick break. I'm just gonna grab some water or something, and then we will reconvene on TradingView for the rest of the session. You funny. Yeah, it was sad, dude. I was up so on that was a funded account, but it was a fresh funded. Thank God I broke even and I didn't, because now I can trade that same account next week. But it was a fresh funded account on Blue Guardian. Um and so, I had got it to static and I didn't freaking I didn't take profit like a dumbass. And it's so crazy because the rejection of weekly open was so clean, and that's all I was waiting to see, right? It was like, do we close above weekly open or not? And it damn sure did not close above weekly open, and then still I held it. So that was the moment, that was the deciding factor in which I lost the trade, right? So in that moment, that split second decision to not close the trade when it was rejecting weekly open, that was when that trade was lost. But basically, yeah, as soon as I got stopped out, or when I like finished my breakfast, I was like, all right, like as soon as I told you I got stopped out, I closed everything because I knew there and then I would tilt if I decided to stay on, because I knew that meant a huge sell off coming, a huge, huge sell off, and that's exactly what ended up happening. So, gotta know yourself, got to know. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I was like, damn it, Jess, here you go again, holding too long. Holding too damn long. How embarrassing. So yeah, it's just one of those things. It's the same mistake we're gonna make over and over again until we are burnt enough. Fully cooked, fully well done. 9:53. And what kills me too is like from the 4 hour, that was such a clean play. 4 hour mean threshold to 4 hour high. Why I didn't TP? Who effing knows? Who knows? So, oh man, had to sit with that and journal that one like very thoroughly. Thank God I didn't have the opportunity to add too, because I really wanted to add, but since these accounts have scaling on them, and it was a fresh account. I only had one contract anyway. I should trade micros in that instance actually when it's a fresh account that I'm trying to get the static, but we live and learn. We live and learn. TMSO. All good. All good. I was talking to myself. All good. Okay. We have 953. We do have this inversion right here above TMSO, and it's nested with 953. Now, this is going to probably be a huge freaking stop just by the looks of it. So it makes it unlikely that we will hit TP. Yeah, it's a 50-point stop. Good grief. What target do we have? New York Open is here. We have no target. We have London low. Did you want more buffer after reaching static and seeing price reject weekly open, or want to see? No, yeah, I was pretty confident in my analysis that we would go higher. So it's not that I wanted more buffer or anything. It was the trade idea itself. So, and these are the things, right? Like, these are the building blocks of trusting your analysis, is that I just trusted my analysis that we would see new highs, a new weekly high after making a new weekly low. So, it's just one of those times where I'm wrong, and that's perfectly fine. Like, it has nothing to do with like being too greedy or anything. It's just simply seeing the thought through, seeing the trade idea through. In hindsight, obviously. Oh no, I did not. Oh no. What the hell? That would have drove me insane. Um oh man, no, sorry. Yeah, I checked out. I checked all the way out once, took the L. I'm going to aim for London low. That seems to be the only logical target from here. It's a pretty wide. This is a high probability losing trade here, I think, in my opinion. Um, but we never know. So, yeah, it's just, and I've seen my ideas through enough that I have the confidence to take it, and because I had already taken risk off the table, like for example, as 9:30 open was approaching, I automatically broke even, right? And so no matter what, there's no risk on the table. But I didn't lock in profits. So this is where I'm at in my development, is that my trade management still needs a lot of work. And I definitely did not follow my rules as far as trade management goes. I should have at least locked in 2R by then. But I did not, simply because, again, I had already removed risk anyway, and I could only have I only had one contract on. So it's either a full close or full BE. And I opted to take the break even because no matter what, it's a free trade at that point. There's no harm being done to me, and I can trade this account next week. It lives to trade another day, as opposed to taking the trade and then me journaling, oh, I wish I would have held, right? So in this instance, although like I know I would have tilted had I stayed on, in this particular instance, this is a good example of me knowing that I would have been more upset if the trade ran and I opted to close versus breaking even after being up like $2,400, right? So and believe it or not, like this is something that I'm okay with. I'm perfectly fine with taking the break even instead of closing it, locked in some profits, and seeing it run. Seeing it run would have sent me on tilt. So then, for example, being break even and then seeing it run in the opposite direction, I am just so grateful that I opted to break even at the open, because had I not chose to break even, then I would have gotten the full stop, and that would have fucking sent me. So this is something that I know about myself, and this is something that you guys have to come to terms with on your own. For you, is like, would I rather see it run, or would I rather break even, or would I rather like switch the trade? Do I want to be nimble enough to switch the trade? And these are again, these are just the things that you learn through journaling. And if you don't journal these feelings and you don't allow yourself to face these feelings and jot them down correctly for what you're actually feeling instead of like glossing over them, you never get to pick and choose. You never get to like the bottom of like what's actually causing you to tilt. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Cozy. Yeah, see, so that is my problem though, is that that is another uh issue that I'm facing, is that like why the hell was I even trading a mini? I should have traded micros and given myself the opportunity to take a partial. But again, fresh account, fresh funded account, all good. So we're in the trade here. Um, it's just one of those things. Oof. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Cozy. Okay, so Cozy, if you don't mind, it would be great if you started tracking these things, like how many times you let big trades come back to BE, as an example for the rest of the server, right? Like, so I don't know, from here until quarter two, or for all of March, track how many times you let a big runner come back. And let's just say, because I know you're aiming for a minimum of 100 points, so let's just say track how many times a 100-point trade comes back to break even. And then you have that data to go off of and say, okay, key time, key level, take a TP no matter what, right? Because X amount of times I let a big trade come back. Yeah, exactly, Cryptic. And that's one of the things, is that as you develop as a trader, right? Say let's say, like, before I couldn't hold a trade, now I hold trades too long. Or before I couldn't trade a mini, now I trade too many minis, and things like that. As you move through your different stages of development, you start to face new levels of tilt, or different versions of tilt. And again, these are just things that you have to work through journaling, and you don't know like these things are occurring. There was one problem where I had where I couldn't hold a trade initially, and I was only with micros. And then I could hold trades no problem, but I was undersized. Now I'm just holding one micro forever. And like, how do I maximize profits by risking the proper amount so I can make a good decent amount of money when I am holding, versus like I'm now risking too much and the trade is too small to risk that much, right? So these, you will always start to face, like, it's, because it's all trauma, all forms of trauma, right? And this trauma will come back to haunt you in one form or another as you move through different levels of success, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Oh, I don't need this yet. Let me mark out this. Okay, so we are now break even. This looks like it's going to come back on this, but we shall see. We are break even because it tagged 1R. We have theoretically taken profits off the table. Wow, what a trade. What a trade. This looks like it's gonna come back. Oh wow. Look how many times I was wrong. This is London low, by the way. Okay, so hold on a second. We did have the inversion print against us here. One, but we've already taken a partial, so we can hold here because we've already taken money and remove risk. We only do this when it's before 1R. We've already tagged 1R. So I guess same thing here. Since we've already tagged 1R and we have the new inversion against us, we can opt to hold since we've already taken profit off the table. So many times I thought I learned all my weak points. Yeah, exactly, cryptic. And it just, that's the whole reason for having rules, is because we get too confident. Like, oh, I won X amount of trades following my rules. I got this now. I don't need to follow my rules. And then boom, you lose, and you lose big because you lose big simply because you didn't follow your rules. And then you go back to the mindset of, oh, I need to follow my rules again, right? And this is one of the biggest sticking points I find for traders, is like, they follow their rules, they get overconfident thinking they don't need their rules, and then boom, they get a loss going against the rules. Then they have to go back to following the rules, and I think a trader goes through that cycle alone at least 20 times. And then after they've decided to follow the rules so many times, the next obstacle after that is like, oh, I followed all my rules and I still lost. Do I need to change my rules? Right? And then that becomes a whole other cycle, because then it's like, no, you don't need to change your rules. You actually just need to learn how to endure the loss with your rules. I wanted to try to take partials at 2 to 3R, but my stops are usually less than 10 points, so it never seems worth it. Yeah, I can imagine, Cozy. Like, honestly, I can imagine. And that's actually why I very much struggle to trade JD's model, because the, like, for example, the Q3, when I first learned it, the one of the first descriptions he had of it was like every Q3 will get you 30 to 80 points. Well, 80 points sounds great. 30 points does not sound great. 30 points sounds like dog shit to me, to be honest, right? Like, and this is under the premise that that I'm like, this is under the premise that I'm trading like 2 micros, 3 micros, right? Risking like 125. So that doesn't sound great. But so like, let's say I'm risking $6 per point because I have roughly like a 20 point stop or something. $6 per point at 30 points, I'd be making 180. That doesn't sound great. so so to me, yeah, like, my minimum per day, or my goal per day, is at least 300, because that's the, quote unquote 100K per year. To match my income as I was as a sleep tech, I'm actually aiming for 480 per day, right? So 30 points in that aspect of risking, like, correct risk management and correct risk for my account size, for example, I'd only be making like $200 at 30 points. So that doesn't sound amazing. But I also think of it as like, if we are at the point in our journeys in which we are not locking in at least $200 per day, then $200 per day sounds great. If we have not reached the point where we're locking in $200 a day consistently, then what the hell? Why is that dog shit? All right. And so that was my next phase of development with that, was like, okay, we broke even. I was like, yeah, I don't need to. I actually do not need to. Or I don't know why I'm getting my panties in a bunch. It's better than what I've been doing, right? It's better than locking in no profits. So as long as I'm locking in some profits, that's a step. So that's how I came to terms with that myself. Since you mentioned taking profit off, would this model be based on 2 contracts? No, we have no risk management locked in for this. The only risk management we have is taking profits off at 1R, but we don't have a set amount of contracts. This is the assumption that most of us are trading multiple contracts. This is not like, we're not saying risk X amount of percentage, or risk X amount of dollars. We're literally saying whatever your R is for your risk, you are more than likely trading multiple contracts, and therefore you will take a partial at 1R if possible, as listed in the rules. So we have here, move stop to be at 1R, take partial if possible, right? So it's just the assumption that you will take a partial, which is why for the win rate, I am counting the 1R, or the point at which we break even. I am counting that as part of the win rate, because if someone is not trading multiple contracts, they would just close the full trade there. Mine is, I've been so strict to myself, let's relax and lose a bit. And then I go back to fuck around and find out mode. Yeah. Okay, cryptic. So that is fine. I think this is perfectly fine, and this is exactly why this is where you have to learn how to navigate yourself. Yes, you've been strict, You've been following the rules. You deserve a cheat day. You quote unquote deserve a cheat day. I actually think that because you followed your rules, you owe it to yourself to continuing following your rules. Personally, that's how I look at it. But I understand that that is how society thinks in general. I've been so strict, I deserve to be lenient and do whatever I want. If you get like that, it's simple. Just move over to an eval. Period, point blank, nothing else, right? Just move over to an eval. Because now you're not losing real money. If you win, great. You have another funded account. If you lose, then great. You only failed an eval. Tanya taught me to input that sizing information risk per trade on the RR tool settings, so it shows how many cons per. Yep, exactly. Yep, exactly. It's really easy. If you guys don't know that this exists, you can. Let's see if it'll let me. Let's go into paper trade. Um, if we input a trade here, right, and let's say you want to risk, $5,000. It'll input the contracts for you. So you just change the dollar amount to whatever, and it'll do that for you. And then, so like you can even place the actual tool on here. And then you create a limit order, and then I want to risk $10,000. And it'll put in the contracts for you, and you don't have to do the math. Another way that I do it is I simply have a cheat sheet within my journal. This cheat sheet I've pretty much memorized because I've been using it for so long. I just double it because I now risk 250 instead of 125, but I have a cheat sheet that looks like this in my journal. Yeah, that way, because that way, like, I can just input it really quickly. But yeah, exactly. Account size will be risk per trade. Yep, exactly. And so since I know I want to risk 125, no matter what I'm trading, and this is based on me trading 50K accounts. So this is 20 trades per account, for example. If I want to take 10 trades, then it would just be 250, right? So that'd be 10 trades per account, and this is what I'm risking. This is the cheat sheet that I recommend. I can just drop this here. Oh, you guys are talking about this? This right here? I mean, it's a demo account, right? Like, this is where I like hold trades for the long term. So, but yeah, this is just that's how you do it. It's a demo account, guys. If you haven't flipped a demo account and you have the nerve to be trading live accounts, you're an asshole. Period. Like, if you can't flip demo accounts, like, you have no business trading live accounts. In my opinion, like, if you haven't proven yourself in fake money, and people are like, oh, but you're gonna unrealistically hold trades. Well, yeah, and that's the point, is that if you can prove it to yourself that you can hold it in fake money, and you do that over and over again, there's literally no difference, because you get just as mad when you take a loss. You get just as mad. Sure, when you win, it doesn't feel great, but you should be getting yourself to the point in which losing trades and winning trades, you feel no emotion. The more closer you stay to neutral in your losing and winning trades, the better off you are in real life. You take 10 to 20 micros on 50K accounts. Yeah, I mean, your way of trading is probably different from every other person's, right? You said you were on a trading floor. You probably have more money to trade on an account. So if you don't have, if people are working with a budget, for example, they likely are not willing to risk that much. So 10:06. This was Q4. Oh yeah, see? Exactly. Wow, 1 billion. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. All right, so we would have broken even on this as short. Our stop loss is 51 and a quarter. TP was 112. Our entry was at 10:06. We broke even at 10:39. And that is 33, so 34. And we were BE. Did we get to 2R? No, we went to 1R. We weren't full BE. And our target was London Low, which I don't have here yet. And let me just save the chart. I would say if there's a second inversion, because we've seen that happen multiple times as well. If you have a second inversion against you, even if you've taken partials off the table, that's probably a good time to TP. Like, just close it just because that second inversion has occurred. You basically have 2 hints that it's going to go against you. All right, now we will go to 1034. Oh, I should have put that in the... Hold on, I need to do that. I need to mark out that this is 1034 because this was our cue. When we have these, we had the second inversion against us, then 1034 prints the swing low. So this is the next rule that I want to look at, or the next maybe refinement that we can apply, depending again on where the data leads us. But what I want to look at is closing at the next root candle if it's not expanding. If it's not continuing to expand, or the retracement has already occurred and then we don't expand past that root candle in the direction of our trade, then that's a cue, obviously, because this inversion here, this is another trade for us, right? We have an inversion against us, plus it's nested with a root candle. So this is 100% a cue to trade when we would take this as another opportunity, following the same exact rules. Open 1034. I'm going to note here that okay. All right, so now we move on to the next trade. 53, so 1104. All right, we have the inversion here. We are, oh wait, where's TMSO? New TMSO. We have a new TMSO right above it. Okay, we are in stop loss here. 1R, let's see what 312 brings us. Wow, that's super small. All right, so I'm going to implement this, or I'm going to go ahead and take this trade, even though, you know, it's a really, really small range. This is easily a situation where it should be an instant stop out or an instant TP. I am going to opt to use 312 over midnight because of what we've seen in previous reps. Midnight is king, sure, but we've seen multiple times that 312 prevents price action from visiting midnight. So I'm going to take it and just aim for that lowest hanging fruit as per the rules that we've established so far. So we're technically in the trade now, an instant TP. and see, like, are you going to be able to close in 1 minute? I don't think so. Not me. I would not be able to close in 1 minute. Yeah, never, never, never. Friday, this was not nested. Yeah, not nested. Oh, well, technically nested with TMSO if we use the entire candle, but not exactly. It's not even a root candle, so never mind. Q2 short stop loss was 12, 14 and a half. Entry was at 11:05. No 11:06s yet. 2 minutes. Full TP. Our target was 312. And let me just take it again. All right, let's see where it goes after this. Boom, midnight. Let me add this to the charts. All right. Let's see what we have. We are now only looking for bullish inversions. Yeah, 100%. We would have, from here too, like, oh, well, this is 1034. Yeah, so right here when we fell TMSO and we break through 953, like, let's say, you know, we opted to hold, which we can. You can definitely opt to hold. We don't have... I feel like there was a time where we were tracking how far it would go. And maybe... Yeah, full target, past one, at least one R. Okay, yeah, so it was just the lowest hanging fruit, I think, but I'm gonna have to create a way to implement this. I think that's why I had this, right? Is that technically we're just taking a TP at 1R or taking partials at 1R. We're not taking full profit. And I have this one example at which we reached 3R before breaking even. But yeah, here, like, once you start closing through midnight and then we closed again through 953, the next obvious target is 950 or 1034 from there. So yeah, this would be a good example of when we can hold runners, or in which holding runners is a good idea. But just like, again, how we work around the levels, once you get that close below, then you just hold for the very next level. All right, we have our first bullish inversion here. We don't close over it until this candle. We would go long here, even though this looks like accumulation. And our target, first one could be New York Open. That is less than 1R. 953 over 1R. Okay, no trade. Ooh. Okay, we can't take it. TMSO is above us. So yeah, this probably is a continuation lower. Low 72.25, high 72.50. No Sibby there. Oh, it goes higher. Okay, we can't take a trade anyway. Great, we have made it. We can now move back to Trading View, thank God. So we will take a break here. I'm going to close this. So far where we're at on the model, full TP at 39% with 1R trades or taking a partial off at 1R. Trades hitting at least 1R are 21%. So we are back at a 60% win rate. It's getting better after that losing streak during election week. I will go to TradingView here and go to November 24th. Sorry, not November 24th. It is November 24th this year, last year, 25th. It might not be this contract. Yeah, next one. So NQZ 2024. Every time I look at Friday PA, I get like trading is so hard. That's funny. Let me change all of these to NQZ 2024. We will take a quick break. I'm gonna grab something to drink and something to eat really quick. And then we will resume on TradingView. OTE, replay, all charts. Let's go back to November 25th. And does this match? Wait a second. Okay, yeah, 25th. What do you mean, DTR? You mean, does it mean that someone can hold that long? Or can reverse the trade? Okay, here we are. 9:45. Or we'll just go to 9:53. I do actually prefer FX replay for the ability to like choose exactly where you want to go to instead of like constantly going through replay and like having to go through bar by bar. Yep. Yeah, of course. All right, so there's 9:53. All right, so I will be back Monday, November 25th. Okay, these charts are following. We technically don't need these yet, actually, since we're not at the point of which we've of implementing 5 and 15-minute PD arrays. So we'll just go with this 1-minute chart here. All right, it's 1:36. Let's just take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 1:45. TradingView rules my screen time. Yeah. I don't have any social media alerts on my phone, so I don't get Instagram or Discord or any of that to my phone, and I have Twitter hidden. So for me it's also TradingView. But yeah, all right guys, we'll be back 1:45. All right, so we should have everything marked out here. DTT root candle is a little bit slow to print, so we'll just know it'll show up eventually. I think it's like 2 candles later. Yep, there we go. So 9:53 is there. TMSO is up here, so we're only looking for longs at the moment. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and hide this since we're not using it at the moment. Everything else I think is solid. We'll keep on. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. We can also hide that. We don't need that. Alright, so this is basically everything that I was drawing out anyway. We do have additional root candles, thankfully, like all the ones in between 312 and All right, so longs only. We have our first SIBI at the weekly open and daily open. And we close above it there. Oops. So our long in this case be here. Let me log out of my account too. Short, or sorry, long. That is over 1R. 658 is less than 1R. Aiming for the open. Oh, darn. What did I do? I took us out. Tough. Already fumbling. Um, okay. Oops, well, now I see that we get stopped out. Alright, no entry. Okay, now we're in. Obviously, we saw we get stopped. So here we have an inversion against us. We decided as a group that upon entry, like if it's on the candle where you first enter, you can have the option to close it. Most of us decided that we would just let it ride out anyway, since we've inherently accepted the risk once we put this trade on. Okay, so stop there. Oops. Yeah. How so, Cozy, if you feel like elaborating? I think so as well, because I think for me it just helps me stay mechanical. I very much I've also discovered about myself, not that you guys have to be like this, but I've definitely discovered that I very much prefer to be a mechanical trader than a discretionary trader. I like to just follow a system and let it be mindless as opposed to attributing things to my talent or skill. Q4. We were long. Our stop was 35 and 3/4 for 40 and 3/4. Yeah, exactly, Pied Piper, 100%. Then, like, because then there's no, like, oh, but I feel like, it looks like, but order flow, but Cozy said this, but Adrian said this. No, it's just, it follows a system where it doesn't. 10:09, 10:10? No, seriously, like, it's just, for me at least, again, you gotta know yourself. But for me, I much rather, oh, 10:11. Oh, well, 10:10. Yeah, agreed, agreed, agreed. That's why, like, when I was streaming with the fellas and it was a dual stream, it's not that I was like fading them, right? It's just that my idea is different from their idea, and I'm okay with our ideas being opposing one another. But that inherently created problems for the viewers, obviously. Two. This was a full stop. Our target was 953. 953 has not been a good target. It is a good entry. So again, we're only seeking longs at the moment. So the next fair value gap we're looking to inverse is this one. We have 1 minute to do so. And we don't get it, so we have no opportunity here. We will move forward to the next cycle. Okay, we can now take an opportunity. We have this being our first SIBI to watch. Oh wait, where is our TMSO? Nope. TMSO is below us actually, so we are not taking this as an opportunity. We will wait for, oh wait, we have one here. We have one right here, and we don't close above it until this one. Yeah, exactly. Our own style, our own trading, and obviously, like reading order flow can be subjective based on where we are in our development, right? Also, what charts are we using as our higher time frame? Like I always go into the day with the daily range in mind. I'm not looking to trade the next 90 minutes. Even though my trade may only last 90 minutes, I'm always looking at the daily range. So my trade idea may be incorrect for the next 90 minutes because I'm focused on where the overall day will go. So that's what makes me a bad streamer, in my opinion, is because I'm not looking to catch a move right now. I'm looking for the biggest range in the shortest amount of time, essentially. Okay, we close there. Long. We'll go with this swing low closest to the inversion. TMSO is not 1R. Weekly open is over 1R. We are in late Q2. No entry. Enter there. Up. All right, so we're watching 1R to trail our stop. Price is moving very lethargic. We don't hit 1R, just miss it. There we go. We can now trail our stop to break even. Sorry, this is gonna bug me. Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry about that. All right, full TP. So I'm gonna follow this. Well, I think we have to do that in the next phase of data by this point. Um, I do believe at some point maybe we just I've gotten distracted so many times backtesting this, and we've done other things in between. I do believe at this point we were following it to see how far it would go, Cozy. Excuse me. Excuse me. And so here when we were letting it go until an inverse occurred against us because we weren't using TMSO as bias at that point, right? So it was pretty much we were pretty much following it until the next inversion, I want to say. Um at this point, since we've tracked so many reps not doing that, it would be stupid to add it now. I'm going to track it though in the next progression maybe, and whatever we do next with this. All right, so Q4, because I was thinking about how we have that one rep that, wait, wrong button. That one rep in which we tracked 3R. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. I have that gene where I sneeze multiple times. This is Tuesday. This is the week of Thanksgiving now. Oh, I need to do this too. I need to. Oh no, it's still Monday. I need to at least have one marker for the date. Oops. It's still Monday. No root candle. Acting as confluence, right? Wait. Oh, I did it again. I accidentally deleted it. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this was nested with 1111. Sorry, 1110. Q. Q2. Long. Stop was 17.5 for 27.25. Already forgot it that fast. 27.25. Oops. And our entry was at 1106 to 1119. $14. Full TP. 100% DTR. And we were targeting weekly open and daily open. I'm going to go with weekly since it's higher than daily. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Here's the link. I think. Yep. Oh, we can't see the root candles though. All right. No notes there. So now we will seek a short. Oh, sorry. Played it too fast. I forget that TradingView has like 2 cycles to how they play candles. Stop loss at the high. We will target TMSOs, our first one. I did it again, didn't I? I sure did. I keep deleting DTT, I always do that. Darn. Hold on. Okay. So TMSO is still the first target. We are in as of this candle right here. All right, we're above the inversion. Automatically invalidated again. We decided as a group that we would just accept the risk. Okay. So stopped out instantly. Do I have a marker? Let me leave this on. I use that marker to be able to look back at the date for when I'm just opening the chart. The chart alone. Q3. There is no root candle. That is a root candle. What is this one? This is nested with 953. This one? This one. I'm assuming. Yep, I agree. Once we got above that. Plus it's nested with a weekly open. Short. Stop loss. 1150 for 21 and 3/4. Oops. $11.24 to $11.29. Full stop. Our target was TMSO, right? Yes, TMSO. Let me take another screenshot just in case. All right, so this technically could probably fall in, let's see, Q1 starts here. Q1 starts there. We have this. We have these. Okay, yeah, maybe not. Maybe it could. It's not exactly where this one is. This is in the previous 90-minute cycle though. We have a rule where when there's several inversions all occurring at one time and they're kind of opposing one another, we simply sit on our hands. So I guess maybe this, yeah, since it's technically only overlapping with this one civi, everything else is kind of just in its way. So a lot of reason that it probably wouldn't go anywhere, but you know, following it mechanically, unfortunately, that's where it would bring us, and it's just part of the loss rate. Let me see where it would go after that. Okay, yeah, it still gets it gets closed above. Yeah, I don't think I would, if I had to guess, I would say like 90% of the traders in the server are probably not trading other assets. Notes. Hmm. I'm just gonna say there's vicinity. Okay. I would say I think 90% of the traders in Kingline are brand new to trading if I had to guess. Alright, we have our inversion up here. We have new inversion up here. Hey Chris, how's it going? Oh, your name is White today. Are you no longer a member? Sorry to hear that. Short. Has it always been White? Have you never not been a member? Am I hallucinating? Oops. Not to call you out. Alright, so we technically hit our target already. Let's see if another trade forms. Okay, so I think we're in the territory, we're already into TMSO, but in this area anyway, we'd be in a territory where there are several inversions and we shouldn't take a trade. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see if we get along. Low. High. There's a one tick. It's a one tick inversion there. Have we taken any one tick inversions? Does anyone know? I don't know. I think this would also fall. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so here we go. This is one. This is this is that example that I mentioned before where we come up to TMSO and we reject it and have the inversion right away. This to me is a valid trade. I think those of you who were here with me on Saturday, I'm pretty sure it was Vinay, but one person did agree that it was a valid rep because again we did come into premium. We did reject it. So this is still an example of when we can take a short below TMSO because we came up and rejected it. So 1034 is 1R. Let's see if we get the entry. Ooh, and we have both of these inversions here. I'm gonna opt to keep it on the first one, because both of them are nested, and you know we can tell just by eyeballing this. As far as premium and discount, this is the only one in premium, and this like is what I'm talking about. Boom. All right, then we're gonna get stopped out. Oh, guess not. Okay, there we go. We get stopped out there. So this is, I think all of this though is like, this is that area that I was talking about where, let's say we have this one, we have two, and we have this one here and this one. Okay, never mind. This is a no trade area. Plus, let's look at this. 1149. Oh yeah, it's too late to take a trade anyway. 1138 to 1149 is our first 11 minutes. This is our first 11 minutes of Q4 in which we can take a trade. So invalid rep. So great. We move on to the next day. Pain in my ass. Let's go by 4 hours. 2, 6, 10, 2, 6. Oh, does that print the entire candle? It does. Let me bring this back. Okay. 15, so we're at 45, 9, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. Alright. Oh, darn. Prints the entire thing. I forget. Alright, alright. Do I still have DTT on here? I do. Alright, so we will play forward to 9:53 now. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Huh. That must be for higher time frame. 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 2, 3. 9:53. Our inversion is here. Oops. Our inversion is here. TMSO is down there. Our first time-based target is TMSO. Let's see if we get an entry. No entry. Ooh, pretty tough. Because we close over this one too. No. It's nested with the open. I'm just going to keep it. I'm not going to make this ambiguous. Alright, so we still have the opportunity to get filled. Okay, no entry. I'm assuming this was 10 a.m. news here. Tuesday, November 26th. Alright, so now we're technically looking for short still. TMSO is still below us, although we've gone down and rejected it. Alright, we have a SIBI here with multiple rejections of TMSO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rejections of TMSO. I think this also constitutes validity for taking a long above TMSO. I don't think that's ambiguous. We're all wicking it. I used, it's only 3 ticks. 9:53 would be our first target. Let's see if we get this entry. No entry. Alright, so again, although the inversion is occurring into our trade, we all decided to accept the risk in this situation. Okay, and stopped out. Fantastic. This is the week, oh, this is wrong. This is the week of, Thanksgiving. So here. .10 a.m. news was consumer confidence. Cheers, Cryptic. Have a good one. Tuesday. No nested fair value gap. No nested root candle. This was during early Q4. This was a long. Our stop loss was 19 for 42. And our entry was at 10:15 to 10:17. Oops. Duration +1. Stopped out. Our target was, that's 953. Again, 953 not doing well as a target. Let me pull this over some so we can see that. Okay, so this was along above TMSO. Okay, so this is a situation where it could be against the rules and we could analyze this, because that's one of those situations where it's rejecting TMSO. So we can make the blanket decision to just not take those trades altogether, even though logically it applies, I think, because we've seen trades like that happen before where it's literally rejecting TMSO. If we're using TMSO as our equilibrium, it did technically visit premium or discount, and then that inversion is happening above or below TMSO. But if we're sticking to the rule very strictly of only taking shorts above TMSO and only taking longs, this could be a situation where we like remove that altogether, where that this is the one exception. We can just remove the exception. I also want to note here that we had 10 a.m. news. So 10:15 to 10:17 entry after 10 a.m. news. Or no, those are right before that, actually. Not this one. It was this one. Did I track this? Oh, this was the entry that we didn't get. It was here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So right on 10, there was no entry for this trade here. All right. Now moving on to, we have 2 more minutes to take a trade here. Okay, no new inversion. Let's go to late Q2. Which would be 11:04. Okay. We have both of these here. This and this and this. So I'm just going to wait for a new inversion. That looks like it closes on it. Pretty sure it closes on and not below. 965.25. Low or close is 965.25. Yep, so we don't take it because it didn't obviously close below. Alright, so now this would be fine to take. Short. Using these highs. High 981, high 981. Equal highs above 1R to New York Open. All right, we have our entry. We've hit 1R there. So we now are at break even. TP. Alright, so this was nested with 1110. Let me just play this out to see where it goes. Okay, then we have the inversion against us. Okay, great. So I need to remember to do this. Yeah, this one was pretty clean. Instant entry and then straight to 1R and then straight to TP. Sorry. Tuesday, November 26th during Q2. It's weird being back on TradingView. It was easier now to be on FX Replay, I guess because I was in the zone. I had already gotten adjusted to it. 1110, Q2, short. Our stop loss was 16 for 24 and a quarter. Okay, and our entry was at 11:11 to 11:18. Eight minutes. This is a full TP. And our target was New York Open. Oops. No notes really. Okay. Alright, so this is technically our next rep, considering that we closed at our actual target of New York Open, which was here. Our next rep is here once we close above that and we're below TMSO. This would be the long. Alright, 1R is where? Okay, 1110 exactly is 1R. It doesn't say that here though. What's the difference? Oh, that's why. It went to the bodies. Okay, great. So it's not 1R. There's 10 a.m. open. We're not using that because that's not quarterly cycle or root candles. So the 953 would be next. The low is lowest hanging fruit. Or we can target the open. Okay, I'm gonna go for the low here since that's well over 1R. 952, low 950.25. How did I mess this up so bad? Okay. Okay. I think we're good. Yep. Alright, entry. BE. Alright, break even. So BE here. So see that 1 hour target is actually not bad. Assuming that we can all close at 1 hour, right? But that 1 hour target, if we were to just take that and not break even, take that as a full target, we're definitely looking at a decent win rate, 60% still, which is technically all I require to move forward. Okay. Tuesday, November 26th still. A lot of reps on this day. Root candle. Is it nested? It is nested. 1034. This is Q3. Long. Stop loss 16 and a quarter for 30 and 3. Entry. Oops. Entry was at 11:21, stopped out at 11:24. $11.21. No, it's 11:22. That's the root candle, right? That's the next root candle. 11:24. 4 minutes. We tagged 1R before going break even. Our target was 9:53. Donde. And let me just take it one more time just to make sure I got the right one. Okay. All right, I do want to see where this goes after we break even. Okay. Dude, I'm happy we broke even now. Wow, nasty. Okay, there we go. See, so see, breaking even after 1 hour is definitely working for us. I'll just copy that. Okay. Let me see if I missed anything else. Okay, so TMSO is here. We have this inversion right below it. And then we have this inversion right below it. So no missed entries here. Playing through to see what would happen. This is the only exception in which we could give it a try. That looks like it does hit 1R because this is the situation where we have the rejection, but we were still in a trade here. So that would not be an opportunity that we take. We accepted the risk by that point. We had already hit 1R by that point. So since we already removed the risk, we broke even on that candle. So then we have this to this. This is not a clean rejection. We didn't wick it. We bodied over it. So that wouldn't be my ideal rejection of what, when we're the exception of when we're allowed to take a short below TMSO. So yeah, none of that meets the criteria. We are now beyond the point in which we can take a trade. So we shall go forward to the next day. 10, 2, 6, 10, 2, 5. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9:15, 9:30. 1 minute. We're on Wednesday now? Yeah, we're on Wednesday. Alright, so now we play forward to 9:53. I'm probably going to be on for a while today, guys, for those of you that might be trying to stay on as long as me. Feel no pressure to last as long as me. I can actually backtest for a very, very long time. I have no plans today, so I'm probably going to be on for a while. So if you need to go live your life and come back, I completely understand. Um, you don't no pressure to stay on. Just FYI. This is going to be a really, really long recording. We're already at 2.5 hours. That's 50. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you, Dibiza. Thanks for the heads up. Live your best life. 9:53, 9:51. Yeah, I'm probably just going to take really short breaks, but I'll be on for a while today just cuz I'm dying to like get this done. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I completely understand. I'm dying to get some like significant data on this so that we can actually move forward to something else. Yeah, so we're at I think like I don't know, from 60 through 68. It took us like 4 sessions just to get, because we were only like doing 2 reps per session, because then I would get a bunch of questions. So we're cranking through today. We've made it through at least these many reps because we continued on from here. So yeah, we're powering through. My next milestone is 120. Not that we will get there today, but it's possible. 9:53. We are looking to go long with TMSO all the way at the extreme. LR above it is actually pretty clean. Okay. So we're just ignoring all bearish inversions at the moment. We're only looking for bullish ones. Ooh, wow. So this held strong. Look at that. That held really strong. We closed below it with this. So we opened above it but closed below it. So we're only looking for a close above. Okay, there we go. Stop loss here. All right. True week open was our first time base level. We are in and stopped out. This is Wednesday. Jeez, Jerry. I feel super unproductive next to what you just did. That's great. I'm glad I could I'm glad I could get you through all of that. That's insane. Wednesday. This was in fact nested with 953. Q. Where do we actually take the trade? Beginning of Q4. Long. Stop loss 29 for 54 and a half. Our entry was at 10:08 to 10:10. You know, I think these 10:08 entries are losing a lot, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna take a quick second to look, but I think the 10:08 entries are losing a lot. 10:10. 10:10. 3 minutes. Full stop. Our target was true week open. Do we have a true week open yet? We don't have a true week open. We only have the weekly open, which is not the same. TWO. Doesn't look like it. Alright, and again, for good measure. Instant loss. Alright, let's go look at this really quick. Let me lock it so I don't do anything crazy. 10:08. Yep, all three 10:08 entries, all losses. 0% win rate. As I suspected. 10 a.m., 100% win rate. Let's organize it by wins. Sort by time ascending by win rates. Most ones? Most ones. Most wins. Okay, yeah, so 10 a.m. entries seem to be doing fantastic. After that, 11:05. Then everything else is just 1 reps. This is really surprising to me about this model, is that this is the Q3. First of all, the quarter only lasts 22 and a half minutes. Then we've added the first 11 and the last 11. So within this 45-minute window, we don't have very many reps occurring at the same exact time, which is very surprising to me because when I did the opening Judas backtest, which is this guy right here, or it was the 940 specific backtest, when I did this is the very first backtest I ever did. This is the one that the one that I was telling you guys about earlier. The story in which I figured out that I can't trade this live. This is the storyline, or this is the framework it goes off of. So we're using 8:30 open as a bias. 9:30 will open and have a liquidity purge. Then 9:40 we're looking for a Judas and an entry to develop. Then at 9:50, price will seek liquidity again, which is essentially where we will TP or will rebalance price. And then 10:10, the macro ends. All right, so that's the framework this test was done off of. These are all the different models that will occur. I was not testing for a specific model. I was testing for a specific time. And this is the premise of which this basically, I confirmed this. If you are trading a 1-minute chart, you want to typically see some movement in your favor within preferably 10 minutes. And I was able to confirm this logic with this exact test. So when we go to the times, you'll actually see that we have a lot of entries occurring at the same exact minute all the time. Like there's a lot of overlap for these entries occurring. And that is not happening with Q3 at all. And the window that I tested for this was, again, it was from 9:30 all the way to 10:10, which I don't actually have listed here. But I mean, yeah, at the beginning actually. So 9:30 all the way up to 10:10 is when I would allow something to happen, as long as it was following this rule set of like a liquidity purge has already occurred, and then after that liquidity purge occurs, we're looking for that entry, right? So from 9:30 to 10:10, also a 40-minute window, we had many reps overlapping. that is not the case with this, and we have reps ranging from, as early as 923 up to 1008. So that is really, really, really surprising to me. Um, I will say that having this as my foundation, having ran this backtest prior to meeting JD, this is what, when I started to learn the Q3 inversion, and the Q3, Q3 starts at 9:45, Q2 is 9:23, and that's JD's soup time. If you guys refer to, I think turtle soups, the turtle soup section, these are the soup times he has listed. I was very familiar with how this could look because I already have one of the models being like an inversion, right? So a breaker and a fair value gap, or an inversion, right? So I was very like, it all melded together for me. So I could understand JD's model very, very quickly based on what I had studied in my own backtest before. So, you know, this is available to all of you guys as well if you guys ever want to take a look at this. As members of Kingline, you guys have access to all of my data for free. Me being a mod in Kingline, this I charge $7 for. I have people pay me $7 for that. So yeah, I find that interesting about this model is that we have no overlapping times at all. In just this 40-minute window, we literally only have 4 reps right now happening at 10, which is so crazy. That just makes no sense to me. So what I was hoping to lock down with this, or it's always one of my it's always one of my desires, is that like there will be a specific minute in which an entry will occur. This data, let me drop you the link. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just double check something as well. Full access, only people invited, publish to web. Okay, I don't have this one shareable. I think it's this one that's shareable. Yup. Duplicate, share. Okay, great. Yep, can view. Alright, I just wanted to make sure you don't have the ability to edit it. Here you go. That's the full summary as well. So, what I hadn't published on Twitter was this part right here, is that the whole premise for the model is that 830 open is the bias from the 940 Judas. So what I had published on Twitter was just an overall summary of what I had learned. If you want to see the summary, I don't have it linked here. I think it's on my other Notion. I have another Notion that's under Backtest just only, so people wouldn't find me under my alias. Let me bring that up for you. It's gonna be all the way at the bottom. Okay, there we go. This one. So if you read through this thread, it'll give you the summary of this backtest. So if you go through this thread as well, you'll have everything that you need to like, okay, you can understand the summary of the data, and then you can go back and look through the actual data itself and kind of dissect a little bit further. I think I've already done all the dissecting for people for the most part, but everyone insists on having the data themselves. But if you go through this and then you go back and you check the data, you'll see how I came to these conclusions from this data. And like I go through the whole goal of everything and blah blah blah. Okay, so Martin, I don't trade this model because I'm not a scalper. I learned the hard way that I cannot close a trade that early. I don't like to get in and out of the market. I like to spend time with my trade, have a sleepover, give it some rubs and some cuddles. I don't like to just hit it and quit it and be out the door. Okay. Yeah. You learn these things the hard way. Or I did, at least. Decent win rate, though. What I found on that was that 942 to 943 will pretty much always print an entry. Yeah, see exactly, Ali. So that's good to know about yourself though. As long as you know it, it's good, you know? It's good. Like you don't have to force yourself to hold as long as me or Cozy. I'm sure we will tell you we wish we could close at 40 or 20 or 56. Like so the Friday was a good example of that. We held for a long, long time. And we did not close. Neither of us closed. And it's just one of those things. That was the first time in a long time that I've been stopped out after holding all night. So that, for me, that's just those one-off losses. But if I am experiencing a lot, I literally just type it in my journal, right? Which is the benefit of having the Discord journal that Adrian and I taught you guys how to make a couple weeks ago. Is that like all of these things are searchable, so you can go into your Discord, search how many times you typed "wish I held longer" or "wish I closed sooner." And if you're constantly journaling these things, you quite literally have a tally in front of you of how many times you said that within the past month. So that's the benefit. That's one of the benefits of journaling, and journaling within a Discord journal specifically is that your entire journal becomes searchable, and it's not you're not like having to flip through pages and stuff like that for a manual journal, which I did for the first year of trading, or not trading. I was kind of just studying. I hadn't studied any live price action prior to 2023. I was looking at static charts only. So in that entire time frame, watching ICT, taking notes on my own observations, I had been doing this all on physical paper. And boy, was that a mistake, because it's impossible for me to find anything. I have to like flip through pages and see and look for things specifically. And depending on like my handwriting that day, it's almost impossible for me to find something now. So, super blessed to have my Discord journal. All right, here we take a straight up loss. This is, I need to, this is Wednesday. Oops. Oh, wait, is it too late? It's probably too late. 10:08 to 10:19. It is too late. We close here, and we don't get the entry until 10:21. Okay, so this is an invalid rep. Thank God for rules. Okay, this is, we will move on to early Q2 of the next cycle. Sorry, late Q2 of the next cycle. 11:04. We are now seeking a long, so we would have to inverse this here. Unless a new SIBI forms. Okay. We can't take the short because we're below TMSO, so now we move on to this one. All right, so I don't, maybe it's not a new one. Low 719.25, high 719. So there's a one tick SIBI here. but it's inside of this bigger SIBI. So I'm gonna opt to use this one because it's the most obvious one instead of going with this. So we are still looking for the same SIBI to be closed above, which we get there. Long. Because this swing low is not lower than the candle that created the inversion, I will go with this swing low. Does that make sense? Then I will target 1034, the first time-based level above 1R. Entry. Doesn't look good. We're not at 1R yet. Ooh. Okay, great. I was gonna say we may have violated one of our rules. Maybe we did. We're not. Hold on, let me just double check that. I don't think we are at 1R yet, but. Okay, yeah, we were not there. So one of the rules is that we don't take a trade if TMSO is before our target. Now, it is 20 points away. This rule mostly applied to our most recent version of the Q3 reversal, where we were only testing for a TP of like 15 points. So with TMSO like 5 or 10 points in front of our entry, we wouldn't take it. This is like a full 20 points. 20 points at one contract is $400. So I mean, that's a decent amount of TP. I guess we'll have to find out the hard way. Okay, yeah, TMSO is there. It did stop us out. So I don't think we've taken any other reps like this, if I'm being honest. I'm going to document this as a loss, and I'm just going to make a note here that TMSO was before our 1 hour target. It was about halfway, essentially. 49, 66. Okay. So, yeah, it was about halfway. This very much could be an invalid rep, but I'm just gonna copy it anyway. I'm gonna, document it anyway. Wednesday. Nested root candle was 1110. It was actually the 1110 candle. This is Q3 that we took the trade in. We were going long. Our stop loss was 35 for 47. Our entry was here, 1121, the next root candle, to 1151. Duration +1. Full stop. Our target was 1034. Okay. Okay, we're beyond the point in which we can take a trade. We will go to the next day. 4 hour. Okay, yeah, so it only goes below. So we can play higher time frame charts in lesser intervals, just like FX replay, but we can't play it faster than our current chart. That's interesting. So we're at 10, which is 2, 6, 10, 2, 6. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. Oh, darn. I still played it too soon. Tough. Play it to 9:53. Alright, so we are above TMSO. We are only looking for shorts. There's 9:53. Okay. No, we have this wick. Okay. No BISC. Consolidating on 9:53. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Must not trade enough. We do have this one, but we've closed below and above it so many times. I'm going to disregard that one. I don't think that's ambiguous, right? Like, I think all of us have the common sense to like ignore this one since it's been closed below and above so many times. Okay, we do have this one here. See, this is where to me it starts to get ambiguous. It is the first time we closed below it, and it was holding price up twice. So close below it seems significant. With a short here, stop at the very closest swing high, targeting TMSO, not 9:30. So technically we'd be in because the close below was this one. So we're in this trade. All right. And fully stopped out. Fantastic. Let me mark up the day. NQ. Thursday. Oh, this is Thanksgiving. Why are we trading anyway? Have we traded any other holidays? I don't think we did. Let me go back to election day. When was election day? It would be November 5th. Do we have any November 5th reps? We do. Okay. Well, we traded it. I think it makes sense since it's the AM session anyway. We do have the opportunity to trade it, so just want to double check that we did. This is Thanksgiving. That makes sense why price was consolidating on 9:53. November 28th. Thursday. Oops. Any confluence? No confluence. This was, we entered on Q4. Short. Our stop loss, wow, 5 points our stop loss was. 5 3/4 for 12 1/4. Okay. That alone, I think, speaks volumes. That there is no volume. 5 3/4 for 12 1/4. Entry was at 10:12 to 10:15. Duration +1. Full stop. Our target was TMSO, which is also performing poorly as a target. Copy link. And the note for this is that it is Thanksgiving Day. Good gracious. Alright, so then we can't take a trade past 10:19. We can only take a short. Okay, so no trade here. Let's go to the very next cycle. Late Q2. So 11:04 is the first minute we can take a trade. Alright, so we have this here, which is an inversion itself, but we're looking to inverse this BISI. This actually may be a no trade type of scenario because we have 1 inversion, 2 inversions, and when we close below this, it's 3. Oh, and it's nested with the inversion, huh? Let's see if we get a new one. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this now becomes a no trade zone for sure. We have a new one here. This also I would not call a clean rejection. So this is not the situation in which we can take a long above it, I don't think. I would want to see no body below and just a wick only into TMSO. Is the exception that we've made for that rule. So we are now waiting for a new inversion to short. Okay. No inversion. Alright, so we don't get the close until there. 1, 2. Well, this doesn't get inversed. 3, 4. Ooh. I'm gonna say this is a no rep here. It'll probably play out. The reason I say that is because we made the rule that if there's several inversions in the area, we're just not going to take it. So we're just gonna watch this. Sit on our hands for this one. It is okay, of course. It is Thanksgiving Day. We don't technically get an entry, right? Because we didn't close below until here. So no entry here. It starts expanding. We're below TMSO now, so we're only looking for longs. Tough. No entry on that one. On this guy. Alright, so we're now approaching close very soon. We have 2 more minutes to take an entry. And nothing. Alright, great. So now we move forward to Black Friday. 6, that's 10, 2, 6, which closes at 10. So we want to replay this back to, well, no, that's 5. So 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 9:15, 9:30. Great. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 2, 3. 952. All right. So this is our 953 candle at the very high here. We are above TMSO. We're only looking for shorts. Okay, doesn't look like we're going to get it. Wow. What a run. What a beautiful run. Alright, too late for us to take a trade now. Past 1019. Going to the next cycle. One more minute. So same thing, we're above TMSO. We are only looking for a short. This is the first BISI that I see. Okay, clear, clean, close below. And Nessa with 1034. We shall take this short. We are already in. Okay, TMSO is at 1R. So we will take it into TMSO only. Oops, gonna get closed. Okay. We get stopped out. This was a bullish trend, so expected. This is Black Friday. Black Friday is also a half day. This is also a holiday technically. This was nested with 1034. Yes. That trade happened in Q2. We were short. Stop loss was 11 and 3/4 for 13. TP. Our entry was at 1107 to 1109. Wait, that was the wrong time. I have two 1107s. I have to adjust that. 1109. Oh, I have two 1109s too. Wow, I need to adjust those. 3 minutes. This is a full stop. So, okay, note this, right? Okay, never mind. Well, this is before the holiday, but the day before Thanksgiving, the day of Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, all losses. Target was TMSO, again performing poorly as a target. And I need the screenshot here. Black Friday. Oops. Okay. Above TMSO, we are only looking for a short. This is a really big BISI to inverse. Consolidating Q3. Alright, we finally closed that big BISI here. Alright, so let's see. Are these swings? Oops. Alright, we'll go with this swing. This is the closest one. Oh, wait, no, it's below this candle, though. Yeah, we'll go with the high candle. So this is the closest swing high to the inversion. Hold on, let me just do it. Okay, we'll just use this one. Although I don't think there's much difference. 1925, it's 1 point. Okay, we'll just use that swing high. It's literally the closest one without being too crazy with the stop as far as being too tight. That's not 1R. TMSO is over 3. Or sorry, over 1. Technically already in the trade. Equal lows here too. And tough. Stopped again. Alright, so we're beyond the point of taking a trade now. Okay, we're good. I have that. We're good. My note for this one also should be bullish trend. Friday, there was no nested root candle, or was there? This is 11:10. No, not nested. This trade was taken in Q3. Another short. Stop loss 20 and a quarter for 26 and a quarter. Our entry was at 11:37 to 11:49. I just want to make sure I'm not duplicating anything. That is 12 minutes plus 1. Stopped. TMSO. Okay. Alright guys, so we are here at the end of this week. We will take a quick break here. Another 2 hours locked in. I'm going to be back now at 3:25. Thank you for your patience. Alright. Oh, we're good on this day. Let's go forward to Monday. 6, that's 10. 2, 6. How are you guys all holding up? 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm sure it's a lot easier to be on your side than on my side. But it is kind of hard to get used to backtesting in general. Like the length of it. 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. I remember like very early on when I would backtest, I would get really lethargic or just bored very early on into the session. It was kind of brutal to get through. And then especially watching other people backtest, it's not easy until you kind of build up a tolerance for it. Like Jimmy used to be a regular here. Haven't seen Jimmy in a while except for the live streams. But Jimmy used to be he's pretty, I think he's an older fella. I think he's like over 50 years old. But he really struggles sticking with it in the sessions. Okay, there's 9:53. Which also created a BISI, so looking good if we are able to inverse this with TMSO all the way down here, along with LR. There we go. Nice clean setup. First target will be TMSO. Yup. Looks like it. TMSO is also above previous day high. Sorry, Jerry. I said older fella. I mean, hey, I consider myself young, although when I was in my 20s, I probably wouldn't consider myself young now, but even I get bored of this sometimes. Especially though, I would say it's a lot harder to stick with the back testing when you're on a losing streak because no, you don't want to incur losses even when it's not real. So again, like I said with back test or like demo trading, um when you're demo trading, you still take those losses quite personally. When you can get to the point that you don't take the losses personally in demo, fantastic, instant loss. Um, that's when it's a good time. That's a telltale sign. It's a good time to move to demo or to live trading that model. That's hilarious. Let me double check that my mic is on. Yep, we're good to go. All right, so November. I think we're in December now. Wow, guys, we finished up November. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. This was the entire goal of today's backtest session was to finish November at a very minimum. All right, so we're in November. This is Monday. It was nested with 953 and it still failed. Tough. And it was also during Q3 with the soup and the inversion. Tough. And our stop loss was 18 and a quarter. TP is 117.50. Entry was at 9:59 to 10. Only took us 3.5 hours. Not bad, actually. Not bad. To finish November. So this was for 2 minutes. It was a full stop. Again, we're hitting another losing streak. Rough, 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 rough. TMSO, again, performing poorly as a target. And I think we're good there. We can take. I do think this model is incurring more losses because we're not using higher time frame bias. In the previous Q3 tests we did, we were using 5-minute PD arrays at a minimum. If we had higher PD arrays, it was even better. But yeah, it did perform better. With full TPs at least. Not I mean I think at the end of that test, we ended up at around a 65% win rate, and it was around 70 for like the duration of the entire test. So it was consistent all the way through, as opposed to this one, we started out with like a 70% win rate, and then that slowly has dwindled down. So definitely, I think the higher time frame would make a difference once we get to the point where we can apply that higher time frame bias, which we're pretty close. We're already at 90 reps here, 91. So 30 more reps, which should be just, we might not even make it all the way through December before we can make another iteration to this. All right, so this would be the new BISI to inverse. So far, 953 is holding. We now have even another one. if you are backtesting on your own, I highly recommend watching TV during it. Or something of the nature. Listening to music is also a favorite of mine. I love listening to music. Whiskey helps. I love listening to music when I trade because there's a strong emotional attachment that we put with music. And whenever you're creating a habit, it's actually not the doing itself that makes it a habit, it's the feeling that you've attached to it. So any experience, whether it becomes a good experience or a bad experience, is the feeling that you attach to it. So if you listen to music that makes you calm while you're trading, you will more than likely be more calm. Things like that. I'm personally an R&B type of person, so I just like to sing like, or I like ballads and things like that. So all of that type of stuff, just makes trading super calm for me. It's not the same type of music that I would listen to while cleaning, for example. When I'm cleaning, I need something that's gonna get me hype, or when I'm working out, I need something that's gonna get me hype. So I'm not gonna listen to like rap or something while I'm trading because I think that would like send me off the edges. But yeah, like something that you've attached strong feelings to, your favorite TV show, things like that. I think those are all like, for example, I've listened to a lot of ICT while I'm trading as well, trading and backtesting. So overall, I when I listen to ICT, I automatically go into student mode as out of habit because I've learned from ICT. So when I am listening to ICT while I trade, I am more prone to be adaptable to what price action is telling me as opposed to being more stubborn, which is my natural behavior, just, not doing anything. So tip for you there. There's also a study that was done in which, like, if you want to develop good habits with trading, or you want to have a cue that you can pretty much give yourself on demand, um, before you take a trade, let's say you do like 10 push-ups or something like that, and you just repeat this over and over again. You do 10 push-ups right before you take a trade, and then that trade happens to win. Then every time you go into a trading session, you do 10 push-ups right before, and it kind of gets you in the zone, right? So you're kind of creating this cue on demand as opposed to like using music or using a show or something like that. I always actually work out before sessions. So when I was trading London regularly, I would walk between London and New York, and then right after New York session, I always lift weights. I've now changed that since I don't trade London as often since I no longer stream it. I now lift at the same time that I would generally walk, so that lift session actually gets me in the zone for trading. It's one of my rules before I trade is to work out. So it helps me a lot with just obviously the physical effects of it are probably a huge plus for me, but just the cue of being able to work out right before I trade, it gets me in the zone to like focus and things like that, and sets me up for success. So we're in the trade here. We're at 1R there. Thank you. I try. I do try. Give you guys useful information and not just hold your hands and whatnot. Okay, we're at 1 hour, so we're break even already. Oh wait, we don't break even until here. Darn, break even. Tough. I really thought that was gonna go TP. Alright, so we're break even because we trailed at 1R. Oops. Let me. Oh, I already have it. Okay. Monday, December 2nd. Wait, was that too late? Nope, just 1 minute shy. December 2nd. Monday. Was this nested? It was not nested. This was Q4. This was a short. 14 and a quarter for 31. Entry was at 10:18, stopped out at 10:25. +8 minutes, duration +1. We hit 1R before BE. And our target was, oh, I have to take another screenshot. It was 9:53. Again, 9:53, not a good target. Performing poorly as a target. Oh, no notes. Regular trade, regular rep. So now we will move forward to 10:34, late Q2. Okay. We have one inversion, second inversion. Oh no, we didn't close it. Okay, we can take this trade. Or maybe not, because TMSO is right there. Decision. Let's see. This is TMS. This is what I would have tried to take as a trade. We're not rejecting TMSO technically. Yeah, I think this is valid. 67. Our entry is at what? 64. So it's 3 points. So it's pretty much in line with the trade. And is it nested with 953? It's not nested with 953. It's right above it. Okay. I'm going to choose to take this because 953 is the deciding factor, really, or the, what's adding confluence to this trade. TMSO, although we have the rule to not take the trade before it, to me, this is the confluence with the trade as well, because we're taking the long below TMSO, right? And then we have an inversion right in front of it. I'm gonna have to look through the reps to see if we have this instance happening more often or not. It seems to be when it's like, before our target, like close, not like with our entry. For, I don't know, I don't really have a better way to explain that. Long here, it does meet the criteria of taking the long underneath TMSO, I guess. 1034 there. So we're in on this candle. I'm pretty sure that's already break even. Yep, already break even. Okay, so, ooh, just missed 1034. Okay, TP. I think it's also tricky too, because in all these reps that we did on FX replay, a lot of these reps I forgot to mark out TMSO. A lot of them. That could actually be some of the losses there, is like that TMSO trade. December 2nd, Tuesday. Sorry, Monday. Not nested with 953. This happened during Q2. This was a long. Our stop loss was 1150 for 26 and a quarter. Entry 1106 to 1109. I gotta fix that. 4. This was a full TP. And our target was 1034. 1034 is performing better than 953 as a target. And I'm gonna note here that TMSO is kind of is actually the confluence for the trade as opposed to, let's see, hold on, 164 is at 167, so I'm just gonna put okay, close this. Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. All right, next rep. We're now only looking for shorts above. This would technically be our next trade. So we would be in there. Looks like we're going to get stopped out. I'm still going to take it. TMSO would be the target. We have 2 root candles nested. Since this is the high of the 90-minute cycle, to me it looks like we take it before the real move happens, but we shall see. No form fitting. Nasty consolidation. We've been in this trade for 8 minutes now. Wow. That's 1 R there. So we're now break even. See, just never know. Never know. I completely thought we were going to get stopped out. That's why you just follow the rules. You know what? We hit TP. You know, I just thought of, our data literally says that TMSO is a bad target. So maybe that shouldn't be a rule anyway. Because if it's a bad target, meaning it's a loss. Oh wait, hold on a second. Yeah, it's a loss every time we target TMSO. Am I thinking that the right way? Yeah, it's a loss if we target TMSO. I'm gonna look at the data, but if it's a loss that we target TMSO, then it technically shouldn't get in our way before a target, right? Because maybe I am thinking of it the right way, the initial way. I don't know. Copy link. Yes, we're good to go. That's TP there. I'm gonna play it through a couple of candles just to see what happens. for future. Okay, yeah, we break even. Ote. NQ. Q2 is technically the entry. This is still Monday. It is. So we are still getting reps. We still are getting multiple reps per day, even with adding TMSO as bias, which is interesting to me. We hadn't been getting a lot of reps prior to these, but good to know that there's still multiple opportunities happening. We are nested with 1034 Q2. This was a short. Our stop loss is 12.5 for 17 3/4. Our entry was at 11.12 to 11.25. $13, 14 minutes. TP. Target was TMSO. Link. And do I have notes here? 10:34 and 11:10 nested. All right, let me take a quick look really quick. Really quick. Okay, I need to fix... Oh, I thought I had duplicates there. Maybe it's 11. Oh, I don't have duplicates. Okay, I thought I had duplicates. My pleasure, Ali. Have a good one. Oh, he's already gone. Okay. No. Oh, there we go. I have one duplicate here. I need to fix that. Alright, I wanted to look at... Oh, there we go. These are the duplicates. It's happening in the exits, not in the entries. Okay, no problem. Just gotta go back and fix that. Alright, I want to look at the targets really quick. We have them grouped already. So 50% loss, 50% wins, 1034, 50-50. 1110, more wins. 1R, 50-50. 312, 70% win rate. We've that one break even. Oh, we have one break even and one loss now. This is new. This loss, but 70% win rate. 529. 1 TP. 1 partial, I mean. So partials 658. Break even, stop loss, partial 658, not that great. No wins, no full wins technically. 90-minute cycle, higher low. 50% loss. Full TP 33 plus 8 partials, 16% BE. So 50-50 technically. 953. Ooh, equal split 3 ways. 30% of the time taking partials, 30% of the time full TP, 30% of the time full stop. Daily open, 100% full stops. Monthly open, 50-50. Partials for the NWOG, AM high, partial. New York Open, 66% win rate. Previous month high, full stop. Midnight, 57% win rate. Plus the 14% times for partials. It's only one rep technically, but what is that? 71% win rate. That's looking good. TMSO, 57% of the time we're losing. Okay, so that's what I thought. Not that great. 28% of the time full win, 14% of the time partials, 32, 42. So yeah, 42, 57. More losses. Full TP, weekly open, 100% win rate. Wow. London low, partial, true week open, full stop. Okay, so I didn't do a tally there, but what I would have to assume is, aside from TMSO, the root candles, which is what we kind of came to the conclusion of before, um, well, except for these two, like not the random root candles, right? The main two that we use, 312, 1034, 1110, 953. So all the root candles during New York session or London session performing great. 90-minute cycle higher low not performing. 953 is better as an entry than it is as a target, so this is really not performing. But what is performing, or what seems to be performing best, oh, maybe not actually, because daily open also, oh, that's a full stop. Okay, yeah, so the classic, the quintessential ICT levels, like this is a quarterly theory level, right? So for the 90-minute cycles that we use, this is 7:30 a.m. open. That has it. So the quarterly cycle and the root candles, the New York AM root candles, as well as London, those seem to be performing better than the ICT levels, like the quintessential ICT levels, with exception of True Day Open, of course. But True Day Open is a crossover, I guess I'll say, but it's really an ICT level to me. Midnight is king. So Midnight seems to be the only quintessential ICT level that's working. TMSO is shit though. It's complete shit. And that it kind of makes sense to me because TMSO we're using as equilibrium, right? That's our midpoint. So, which I would have to go, maybe I can go back through all these charts at the losses and see if they were in front of our target and things like that. But yeah, this just confirmed what I wanted to see, was that I was thinking that CMSO was a poor target, and it does look like it's a poor target. So if it's a poor target, it seems like, does it actually get in the way? I think this actually confirms that we don't take it if it's between us and our target. I gotta think on that. Any thoughts, guys? I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Correct. 57% of the time is losing. Make sure my... Okay, we're good. Just wanted to do a quick regroup really quick just to make sure that I'm thinking of all the data properly. All right. So this was good. We are still above TMSO. We're still looking for shorts. Great, new high created. See, like, interesting. So look, see how TMSO shot price up. This is why I have that rule, is that we don't take it if TMSO is before our target. Although in this direction it worked. So I think this is where bias would come into play. Because if TMSO is creating a trade in the direction of our bias, or it's before our trade against our bias, I have to keep that in mind for when we get there. Okay, we have 1 more minute to take a trade, and no trade, straight up. Okay, next day. 2, 6, 10. 2, 6. 7, 8, 9. 9, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. 9:53 is there. We are above TMSO. We're looking for a short. No inversion yet. No bearish inversion. Okay. We would take this short stop loss at this high. 9:53 is not 1R. We will target TMSO. All right, we're in. Let's see if 9:53 sends it or if it fails. We're at 1R. We're break even now. Darn. Just missed 2R. Okay. I'm gonna just play this out for the rest of it to see where it would have went. Okay, so it does actually, no, it doesn't. Goes to 2R, turns around again. Okay. I don't think we're at, okay, yeah, let me just play it to 11:04. Okay, so good thing we broke even here, but yeah. Oh, see, when we have a new TMSO print here, and then it goes up. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. I have the date. NQ, December 3rd, Tuesday. Do we have a nested candle? We do. What candle is this? 6:58 it is. I don't know if you guys can see that. I can see it right there. 6:58. This is our first instance where it is nested with that. Do I track this or do I put NA? We had only been tracking 953 or 1034. We can simply just put NA. What do you guys think? Any input? Okay, sweet. Thank you, Pied Piper, for participating. All of you guys have like fallen asleep to me at this point. Alright, NA. They're like all driving or doing something crazy. Putting their babies to sleep. Oh, hi Papa Cozy. Sure he's checking on you after what happened yesterday. Q4. Nice. That's good to hear. 23 for 50. Oops, not what I meant to do. Alright, our entry was at 10:10. And we got stopped out at 10:35. After the root candle. Yeah, we have to really consider that TP at the next root candle between 9:53 and 10:34. Sorry, 10:35. Our exit was 1. Our exit was at 10:35. Our entry was at 10:10. Wrong one. 10:10. $26 duration plus 1. We went to 1R before breaking even. Our target was TMSO. And this is our link, I think. Yep. Okay. Alright, so we are at the very next section in which we would take a trade. Let's see, we have a break even here. And then we have another inverse. Oh, actually, we have another trade right there. We do have another trade right there. Which we can see in hindsight, but following the rules, we get here. We inverse this right there. Stop loss at the high. We are targeting the first time base level, so it would still be TMSO. And then pulling up our RR. We actually get quite far before it comes back against us. So this, okay, so this is actually an example of when we were using, you'll see in a second. Okay, so we go to break even here. Let me just move this guy over. It's a tiny one, but it's there, that BISI. We are still taking them accordingly. Our stop loss would be as follows. We're here. Once we get to 1R, we break even. On this candle, actually. So wait a second. We broke even here. 1034. Yeah, 1035. Okay, so we were out of the trade. Okay. So then we hit 1R, right? It expands down to 2R, comes back to 1R, doesn't hit our TP yet. So then we do actually hit 3R. And then we break even. So we were tracking it all correctly technically. Here though, this is interesting because when we hit 3R, a new TMSO for this 90-minute cycle. Oh, there we go. That's why. Why don't we take this trade, guys? Looking for participation here. Why are we not? This would not be a valid trade. Why? Because we're in Q1. This would be another opportunity, though, if we don't have that rule, but we don't take a trade until late Q2. So from when we get stopped out of this trade, 11:39, because we're still holding from this one, our last opportunity to take a trade here is at 10:19, but we're already in one. Then we get stopped out break even. We can't take this trade because it's in Q1. We don't take a trade until this very minute. Lost my bearings there. Okay. So again, we're above TMSO. We're looking for a short only. Very simple rules to follow. So the first BISI we have is that one. Looks like we're gonna get a new one. This is New York high. This is London high. This is lunch high from previous day. Still no inversion. And there is our first. Short. Stop loss. Okay, so this high, although it's very hard to see, this high does make a swing high here. 251.50 is the high. The high next to it is 251.25, so there is a swing high there. I'm going to opt to use that one instead of this. It is the closest swing high to the inversion. We will target. Daily Open has I think it's 100% loss rate. New York Open has a decent win rate, I believe, and this is the first target over 1R. Let me just show you guys really quick without going too far astray from the points. We go to targets and we scroll down to Daily Open. This has 100% loss rate, so we may get stopped, or yeah, we have a 100% loss rate on that, so we might get stopped out before we hit our target. Alright. So right on the close here, we have no entry just yet. Still no entry. It closes through Daily Open. Okay, so this becomes a no trade because it hit our target before we could get in. Unfortunate. Excuse me. Sorry. I was trying to mute myself before I sneezed and I couldn't hold it in. Okay, 11:38, 11:41. We have 8 minutes to take an opportunity. We're still above TMSO. The only situation in which we follow inversions down is when they're nested with a root candle. So right here, when we close below this one, you do have the option of following this down. We do get to close there, so technically you have an entry right there. Notice that this one wasn't above the root candle, or wasn't nested with the root candle, so this one actually is. So once we close it, we don't generally follow them down as they're being created. Again, the only exception is when it's nested with a root candle. So if this were a trade and we want to take it, it would be that to the closest swing high, which again is that one right there. Obviously, I have the hindsight of seeing that. Hold on a second. Okay. All right, so let me scoot this forward. Okay, so we don't get an entry anyway. So the low, we just miss it. So no entry there. So the next one that we could take as an entry would be this. We're still well above TMSO. So that's a no trade. We're still looking for a short. Wow. We close below this one here, 1034 right there. And it's nested with 1034. Again, no form fitting. I will take this trade. The closest one, the closest stop swing high to that is that. TMSO is 1R. Let's see what happens. So we're technically in the trade already. All right. Wow, brutal. There's New York Open. That usually sends it. And it doesn't. Okay, I just want to double check. Okay, yeah, we still had time to take this. Wow, this is a brutal hold. If it didn't stop you out in 10 minutes, you have the data is on your side to likely win this trade. Okay, and that is not the case here. So this would have been a brutal hold. Again, just from that test that I showed you guys earlier, I found that if you enter on a 1 minute and it doesn't displace in your direction by 10 minutes, then it's better to just close it. The data in this actually seems to be consistent with that, in which all of our losses occur within 10 minutes, or a high percentage of our losses seem to occur within 10 minutes. Now I want to point out something here, because this is what I'm thinking of adding for our next refinement. Is we have this new root candle print here, 1235, and it sends it in the opposite direction. So if we implement the rule of like automatically taking TP or closing the trade at the next root candle, or using that new root candle to kind of offer information for what we're doing, then this would be a reason to just close it in the partial here. Okay. NQ. This is what day? Tuesday, December 3rd. Wow, for all of you guys that have made it this far, you should really be proud of yourselves. There have been several people that hopped in and out by now. So, you should give yourself a pat on the back for being able to last this long in the back test. Sincerely. This was rooted with 1034. 1034 has not been performing well as an entry. It performs better as a target. This was in Q4. Shorts. We've been at this for 4 hours now. For those of you that joined at the beginning. 33.25. Our entry was at 11:45. Yeah, it's long. It is long. And we were fully stopped at 12:53. That is ridiculous. Yep, exactly. So before I added hold on a second, Cozy. You can't multitask if you can't tell. Before I added Tuesdays and Thursdays to our backtest schedule, it was every Saturday from 12 to 4. Very few of you could last that long for sure. So this is 68 minutes. So 69. This is a full stop. We didn't even get to 1R. and our target was TMSO. So I had about 22 votes to add Tuesdays and Thursdays, or for Tuesdays and Thursdays to be a session. Lo and behold, we do not have that attendance reflecting. All good though. As you, I mean, this for a Saturday session, 8 to about 15 people is actually pretty common. So this doesn't surprise me on a Saturday, but I was expecting to have way more attendance on Tuesdays and Thursdays, to be honest. Doesn't seem to be happening, but I get it. It's hard. Backtesting is hard. Those people who don't do it, they likely will not succeed. To be honest with you, like just to be frank. All right, so 12:35 sends it. Yeah, no, it was 12 to 4. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm honestly, it doesn't hurt my feelings because this is what I do. This is why my name is Backtest Jess. This is a normal Saturday for me, right? Like all that really gets tiring, to be honest, because I'm antisocial and I'm an introvert. What gets tiring about this is talking to you guys, or talking to you guys and not getting an answer, because then it's like, well, shit, I could backtest by myself. I can backtest by my damn self. Oh, no worries, Jerry. Good to know though. But yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays was highly requested. Thursday was actually the highest requested. My attendance is not that great, but now that Adrian has been joining me, people seem to be joining. So I guess I'm not the cool one. And that's funny. That's really funny. Yeah, cozy for sure. And I mean, again, we all have to learn that the hard way, right? So I don't take any of this personal. Trading itself, we cannot take personal, because when you make trading about you and like what the market makers are doing to you, you're already losing. You're already losing. If you're a trader and you compare yourself to other traders, you're already losing. You're already losing. Just give that up. If you're looking at what you're making versus what the next trader is making, what you're trading versus what the next trader is making, you're already losing 100%. Like, to think that you are in competition with another trader is just fucking ridiculous. You are literally in competition with yourself. That is all, and that is it. Cozy. uh, no, that's exactly how we all think. We're like, those damn market makers. Yes, exactly. It's always me versus me, you versus you. If you think otherwise, you already have a losing mentality. So, and that's why, like, I don't give a damn anyway. I'm here to help you guys. 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9:15, 9:30. Ote. Ooh, ugly, ugly. Yeah, Martin, exactly. So that's exactly why I have 2 hour sessions on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because I know that most people probably can't even last that long, right? But in like 1 hour, depending on how thorough you're being as far as data collection, 1 hour you're gonna get anywhere between 5 and 10 reps, right? And that's already like a decent amount, considering there's maybe like 5 Q3s in one day altogether. I haven't actually done the math. Let's actually go through that and see, in a full trading day from 6 to 6, how many Q3s are there? I'm sure there's an easy way to calculate it. I'm just gonna do it manually because I'm pretty shot right now. Um, shit, I forget it doesn't go that far back. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna calculate it. But every 90 minutes, there's 23 hours. 23 hours by 1.5. You do the math. So yeah, there's there's maybe like 10. Where am I at now? Where? Okay. So yeah, like it's very time consuming, and not a lot of people can handle it. All right, we're at 9:44. We'll print to 9:53. I think we'll finish up this week and we'll call it a day. I don't know anyone that's gonna watch 4.5 hours of backtesting at all, but I don't know any single member that will watch 4.5 hours of backtesting. Okay, great. So yeah, so 10, exactly 10 Q3. I just meant Q3s in general, right, per day. My phone is dead right now, so I can't do the math. Oh, here, calculator here. We have 23 hours in a trading day divided by 90-minute cycles. We have 15 Q3s in a day if you're trading every single one. If you trade every single Q3, you have 15. You're not likely to get 15 reps in 2 hours of backtesting. I think even of the speediest, like unless you're only tracking win and loss. Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, so see, if this happened hitting TMSO, then if there was an inversion here, that to me is would be an ideal rep. We're still looking for long underneath TMSO. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Okay, maybe we do. Okay, wow, huge inversion, or not huge inversion, huge candle up to close over the inversion. This is the first one that we get to long into TMSO. If we use the closest swing low, unfortunately it's only this one. So TMSO would not be 1R. The 90-minute cycle high and low would be 1R. We shall see. TMSO is halfway, kind of, or like 2/3 of the way. Doesn't look like we're going to get... Oh, we have a new inversion here. And it's nested with the root candle. This one is nested with both root candles. I'm going to choose to stay on this one instead of this one alone, because it has the upper hand of being nested with both of them instead of just one. If we don't get an entry, that's fine. Okay, TP would have worked there. And this one seems to be the one, or we didn't even, oh yeah, okay, we did get an entry on this one. So we just call that a no rep, missed opportunity, all good. Let's see if we now, oof, another huge rejection. I mean, a huge close below. The inversion is happening all the way up there. We are this much extended past TMSO, so I would not take this as an entry. Here, from here, we can only take longs. Okay. Huge inversion. Gigantic. Long. Stop loss. The high is not quite 1R. Oh no, it's one of those. Alright, so we're just gonna have to target 1R because we don't have a target in the vicinity. So we only have one rep like this so far where we don't have an actual time-based level target to hit. We can only target our price level based on where our stop loss is. No entry. No entry. Okay, so it's too late to take the trade now anyway. We're in Q1. We shall move forward to late Q2. Yeah, Pied Piper, I mean, that makes sense. You know, like, especially if that's the session that you're going to be trading. But if there is someone that trades all day long, theoretically, they could take every single Q3 if they wanted to. And I haven't actually tested the ones outside of, like, I actually haven't tested much in Oh no, I did test PM session. I haven't tested pre-market before Asia. I think that's the only one I haven't tested. Um, and Asia session. I haven't tested those Q3s, but I read price when the market opens anyway because I'm usually doing some type of bookkeeping or backtesting at that time. So I do watch the market live while I'm backtesting with you guys on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they do play out, for what it's worth. So like if someone wanted to trade the Q3 inversions during Asia, I do think they play out enough that there's some profitability there. All right, so above TMSO, we're only looking for shorts. We have this one right there only. Yeah, it's there. Okay. This was too soon to take it. We could take it on here, but we would already be past it, so we would have to wait for a new one to form. Unless we decide to enter on it here. So again, no form fitting. It's there. Let's see if it even gives us an entry. Our stop would be that one. And TMSO is above 1R. Wait. What did I just do? Ay, ay, ay. I got rid of the thing. Okay. Okay, we're good. Alright, so no entry. I think it's going to be a no trade here. Yep, no trade. We're basically like within 90% of our TP. Ouch. Let's see. I'm just going to play it through just to see what happens. Not that I'm actually going to track this as a rep. Just misses our entry again. Okay, yeah. No trade. Alright, so now we just tagged TMSO. There was not another inversion waiting for that. We haven't closed this one yet. That one is nested with 1034. Okay. Okay, maybe not. This is the type of rejection that I'm looking for with TMSO. So if we had a candle body here, this would be a long I'm still willing to take even though it's above TMSO. I don't necessarily like this, even though it was just an open and not a close below. But, okay. We're now below TMSO. No inversion. Okay, this is our last opportunity to take a trade. There was no SIBIs here, so there's no opportunity here as well. We can move on to the next day. Wow, was that a no trade day? Wednesday, December 4th. Yeah, we got no reps. That's our first day in which we got no reps. Wow. Okay, we're almost there, guys. 2 more days to go through. You guys are champions. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9:15, 9:30. Okay. 9:53. So again, below TMSO, we're only looking for longs. All right, so It doesn't look like we're going to get an entry here, but this is our first inversion. Along at the high, stop loss at the swing low, targeting our first time-based level. Okay, so 953 would technically be it. This would be well over 1R. We may have no trade here. Yeah, no trade. Darn, it left us behind. Then it tags TMSO. Ooh. So see, black and white, we got a body close above TMSO. I'm not going to accept this as a rejection. It would have been this candle if we wicked it, and then it gave us the inversion right away without a close below. But since we got the close, without the close above. Since we got the close above, I'm going to consider this a no rep. Here's our original trade that we wanted to take. Let's see what happens. This is now a no rep because we have an inversion against us, and of course it sends it. All right, we now have this inversion, clean close above, nested with 953 as well as 658. Let's see if this allows us to take it. So the high, stop loss at the swing low. All right, so TMSO is half and the high is up here. So this is an instance in which I would not consider taking this trade. I'm going to play it through to see if I'm wrong or not, but I have this rule because of this right here. What happened right here, it got to TMSO and turned right back around. We did get the closure above. That could be a clue that it's going to fail. But this is an instance, and it's well before 1R even. So it's not past 1R, it's not halfway to our target or anything like that. It's like right in front of us. Okay. We don't get the entry anyway until there. See, so then we get TMSO and sends it back down. Again, this would be a no entry here. We got the inversion coming into us. That wouldn't have been a trade because we're not waiting for TMSO. I just wanted to see if I was going to be wrong or not with that idea. Okay, too late to take a trade now. Yeah, past 11:19. So again, no rep. Late Q2 we go. So 11:04 is as soon as we can take a trade. All right, we are above TMSO. We have this inversion here. I don't think this would be 1R into TMSO again. I think it'll be just shy of our target. It's only a 9-point stop. Yeah, so I'm going to opt to not take this. Again, I'll just play this out so you guys can see if I'm right or wrong. We're going to opt to take this as a no rep, or we're not going to take this as for data collection. And that's why we don't take trades into TMSO. And we're still above it. We're still looking for shorts. Okay, wait a second. Let me just double check this. We have an inversion here. This would be our stop. TMSO would be 1R. Okay, so this is a valid rep. We would technically be in the trade already. 11:10 looks like it's going to send it. So this could, we're probably just going to get stopped out, but no form fitting. I will collect this data. I have to see the root candles. All right, so this is Thursday, December 5th. This was the inversion was not nested. This was during Q3. This was a short, right? Yes. Our stop loss was 8 3/4 for 9 points. Wow, small range. Our entry was at 11:15, stopped out the very next minute. Duration +1. Full stop here. And our target was TMSO. So see another loss targeting TMSO. Our link. Oops, I accidentally copied it. All right, do I have notes here? All right. Above TMSO, we're looking for shorts. Sorry, I'm playing it a bit fast here. So, short there. Stop loss at the swing high. We get that clean close below. Do we get tagged in? The high is 34.50. 34.50. We're not going to track this as a rep. Why? Because TradingView or your broker will not tag you into the tick, but they will stop you out to the tick. So this will not get us in, unfortunately. They would leave our limit there, waiting and crying. Let's see what happens. Okay, now we're tagged in. Now let's see if we're probably already break even. We are indeed break even already, just on that first candle. So in the same instance we get tagged in, we would have to immediately trail our stops to break even. Do you have the mental fortitude to do that? Oof. Damn it. 34.50. We are break even. Because again, your broker will not tag you into the tick, but they will stop you out to the tick. I'm going to play a couple bars more just to see what would happen. Okay, so this is one of the instances in which we will hit TP. So I haven't tracked the data on this one yet of the 1R. I should actually look at that. But for the trades in which we closed on an inversion against us, which would occur right here, 60%, it's only a small percentage of trades that it's occurring, less than 20%, in which we get an inversion against us and we decide to close. But 60% of those 20% of reps that happen, we're saving money or we're keeping money in our pocket instead of losing money. So it is a rule that's benefiting us. But I haven't looked at the trades in which we're closing because of 1R. Only because, again, like it's a significant amount of trades that we are break even after 1R. I should actually look at those very soon. And so, like, theoretically, you could just close completely at 1R instead of taking a partial off the table. Ote. Oh, hey, Adrian. Good morning. Uh, we do not, only because we are breaking even after 1R. I haven't been tracking that. So usually after 1R, we break even. We're out of the trade anyway due to the break even. But I can go back and look. I think for most of the reps that we did break even at 1R, I could always just add the extra chart as well, which I think I already did in the last refinement. But what I'm seeing is that if we do get tagged BE after that 1R, we generally get stopped out as well. So, for example, when this happens, when we go to break even, I play out the rest of the information just to have that on the chart for exactly the reason that you asked. Like, are we tagging 2R before, like, what happens if we tag 2R before break even? Okay, wait. No inversion, or no confluence, quarter 3. Yeah, currently at least. It was like from very early on, we had a rep where it hit 1R and then it went to our stop loss right away, and so that's what created the rule. I think it was literally like the second rep. So as a group, we decided to go ahead and add that as a rule. And then from there, every time I tracked that 1R trade or that 1 RBE, I did play it past it just to see, like, where it would land us. But the data that I went over for the refinement was specifically this trade here, where we get the inversion against us. I need to thoroughly go over the 1R trades just to make sure that that is not, losing us money more than not. But we're technically not losing money since we're going break even, right? So it would just be getting out of the trade as opposed to making more money. So this is 10 and a quarter or 10 and a half. Entry was here 11:29 to 11:37. Okay, and that is duration plus 1. We were break even after 1R. Our target was um wait, why do I have the target there? It'd be New York Open or 10:34. I need a new screenshot. All right, no notes really. Let's take a look really quick. Okay, hold on a second. I also want to double check. Okay, now we have one more rep we can take. Let's actually do that before I go off on a tangent on that. That way we can finish up sooner. For those of you that just recently joined, we have been backtesting for 4 hours and 46 minutes. So, I'm not going to be here to hold your hand or anything for the rest of the evening. I apologize. We've been here for a long time with 2 breaks in between so far. Oh, okay, we're on rep 100. Might as well get to it. Okay, so the next one we can take, specifically because it's nested with this one, with the root candle. Thank you, Pippi. That's how I got my name. Okay, so we can take this as a trade. Obviously, the stop loss is going to be ginormous. Oh, actually, not that big. 19. That's acceptable to me. We don't get the stop until there. Our target would be 1110. The first time base level, that's above 1R. That's actually not even above 1R. So then it would be TMSO. Let me actually try the low first. The low is still not 1R, so it would be TMSO. All right. No entry. Entry. We are in now. Okay. Looks like we're going to get stopped here. Or it's going to be a brutal hold. And it's going to be both. Okay, we get stopped and it's a brutal hold. All right, so generally speaking, or not generally speaking, for 60% of our losses, they are occurring before 10 minutes, before holding the trade for 10 minutes. So I just want to double check. We have one inversion against us there. That's the first one that happens. Okay, yeah, that's it. We decided on the first one that we're going to hold through that. All right, so Thursday, December 5th. Right, we're still on December 5th. We are. Thursday. Oops. Nested with. What is it nested with? It's nested with 1034. Again, 1034 has proven to not be a good entry. It's better as a target. We were targeting TMSO, and that's NQ4. Yeah. Q4 at 1141. No worries. We are back testing a model that we all threw together as a group, which is kind of my whole process here. I'm kind of showing people how to put a model together, how to backtest that model for themselves. So I basically just throw together a bunch of concepts that are taught here within the server, and then we just all backtest it. So I've done several versions of this backtest, or of the Q3 inversion specifically, with the group. So whoever showed up on the day that we created this, like, we literally just pulled the rules out of thin air and we decided to backtest it. 1141 to 1209. And the process is not necessarily to backtest the specific model or any one specific strategy. It's really just to show people how to do it themselves. So I bring them from A to Z of putting them all together, how to refine it, and blah blah blah. 5101 1209. So that's 29 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate that. The full stop. And no runners. Target was TMSO. And let me grab the link. All right. I think we're good to go. Okay, we did get this one here too. Okay, yeah. So I guess we could have saved like half our stop here once we got the close here. We decided as a group as well that if we get one inversion against us, like near our entry or while we're in drawdown, we'll incur the drawdown simply because we've accepted the risk that we put on the trade. But if we get a second inversion, then we would close there. So this is I guess this technically could be the second one here when we close above there. There's another one in here. It's tiny, but it's there. So yeah, we could, I guess, have saved half there. All right, so this is gonna be the last rep for this day. Yes, indeed. We're at 100 here, or I guess we're not at 100. I thought we were. All right, I'm just gonna lock it down here, and let's take a look at the data really quick. So I think partials is the best way to look at it, probably. All right, so of all the 1R trades, let me take a look at this. So we did get to 1R before BE. Okay, so some of the data is skewed because these shouldn't be checked if we've got the 1R. Oh, I locked it there. All right, let me check this one. We did also get to 1R before BE. So yeah, Adrian, you can see, like, just in the few examples that I pulled up, we hit the stop loss first, or we hit the stop loss after 1R. And then what is this? Why do I have a TP and 1R? Okay, so that's why. Because this is before we get out. So this is the 3R rep, isn't it? Why do I have this as... Hold on, this is on my birthday. Okay, yeah, so we got to 3R before we closed this. We're technically not break even on that. So this is a full TPY because we didn't incur any loss. So this should be 3R. Okay. All right, so for the 1R trades, ooh, this is actually gonna be brutal to go through. I'm actually gonna do this in my own time, I think, because I'm gonna have to click through all the reps here. Okay, there's one stop out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to click through all the reps, and some I have to get more data on apparently. Let me see if I have the second chart here. Okay, yeah, and we get stopped out. Okay, so far, just the first two examples, we are in fact saving more money. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back through the reps because some of them I've obviously tracked incorrectly here. This hits a full TP. So why do I have 1R tracked there? Yeah, that hits a... Oh, because of this. I need to change that. So we're closing on the inversion against this. And we later made the refinement that we're only applying this before 1R. So that is a full TP that on that one. Is it this one? Yes, it's that one. So November 5th is a full TP, not a 1R. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna go through this on my own. I've already been on here for 5 hours. I apologize, guys. Kind of zoning out now. Any comments, questions? Oh, hi, I'm Boss Lady. I didn't see you there. Thank you for joining. I've been on for 5 hours, so I'm going to hop off and stop recording here. If you guys have any comments, questions, or concerns, feel free to drop them before I go. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, my pleasure. Anytime. Next backtest session will be at Tuesday at 7 p.m. For those of you that want to join, we will continue backtesting this model. We are 99 reps in, and we will be going forward to 120 before our next refinement. So only 20 more reps to go. That should get us through about halfway through December before we can make our next refinement. The next refinement I'm planning on adding will be higher time frame bias, and everything we're implementing is always going to be super mechanical. So if we apply bias, we also will be applying 5-minute and 15-minute PD arrays. So as the model stands with like literally no higher time frame bias and just a 1-minute chart, we have, gosh, I can't believe I can't do that while it's on. We have 36% of trades hitting a full TP. No partials necessarily, or just you get to your full target that we're aiming for. 20% of trades are we're able to hit 1R at least before being stopped out. So far 56% win rate. We incurred a very long losing streak during election week, and it seems to be coming. We seem to be making a comeback after that. We have some wins now. And then the week of Thanksgiving, we also had a losing streak. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, all right, guys, I'm out of here. Cheers. Thank you for joining me. Peace.